All right, welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Ill Fated, session 22.
Woohoo.
And I'm getting hit by absolute godlight right now because I got my window open, so I look like I'm radiant, and glowing. It's beautiful. It's also
Ooh,
very
you're so
blinding.
beautiful.
It's very blinding, and also not really in scene since this is super dark in actual real time. Okay, so you all from the last session, you all arrived at Fort Farron. You kind of made way into the town, and then you navigated to the keep. You spoke with Commander Remar Luna. You spoke with Priest Emily Goldbelly. You had a nice interaction with Yadir. So there was a lot of dynamics that were happening in the fort. One of which, a couple of points I'll touch on in the recap. We can make it short and sweet so we can get to the juicy part here, which is this fight. But a couple points. The first one is that the fort did not appear to be somewhat like under attack, like a consistent attack. It seemed like there was a lot of interchanging dynamics here that they're like, oh, it's fine, no worries. We're training soldiers. We're making things happen. We're doing all this other kind of stuff. And the undead, yeah, they're just coming at the wall, right? They're just coming at the wall. Like, it's not a big deal, right? We got a trench dug. We're handling it. It's all good. Now, is this because a lot of other things are happening, or is it because they really thought they had it under control? Well, both of those reasons, right? There's a lot of things happening, right? The Lord Thalathor is getting all the paladins and things ready to go to march to war to the south. They actually ship their soldiers out. They get conscripted farmers and other people around, right? And then they ship them up to Athema, or they send them, So there's this whole thing happening. So both of the reasons, right? Now, the other thing is that this fort is also like a village or a town. So it's not just a keep with some surrounding keep grounds with housing and like a tavern or a bar. That's generally what a fort is, right? A fort is just a kind of fortified position. It does not mean that there's a lot of things around it. But this actually has like a full functioning town, many different farmlands, homesteads all around it. And that creates another kind of piece here that, why is it that the creatures are not attacking the town? Why are they just ramming themselves into one direction of the wall, which happens to be the western side from the Smallwood? So that's really odd. Now, our answers might be kind of more complicated than it seems as we heard the sounds of war horns, the temple bells being rang out. All of a sudden, hey, we're under attack. Let's go, let's go. You all decided to charge forward. We had Thanos found the stable master inside of the stagecoach, sleeping out, having a good time. So you were kind of Thanos over the first side of the scene. So you were able to track Commander Remar Luna, and the rest of your party were able to kind of follow up, because that's really, really where you want to be, is nearby the commander, and how is the commander going to respond to this? Like, that was one of the reasonings behind actually coming here, was just kind of seeing what's happening. Right, that was like the primary reason that you all came up with. So now the creatures are coming through, but the creatures are not coming through the fog in any certain way of the pass, it seems. Normally they just kind of walk up, they go into the trench, some of them get through, they come to the wall, and they fire their crossbows. This is literally them running through the fog. The mystical, magical fog kind of erupted, and it pushed through the Smallwood. It seemed to hit some sort of barrier and begin to roll up on itself. And then these creatures are like running through it. Even the humanoid, medium-sized humanoid, kind of zombified creatures are running. And they're like moving decently fast, like a fast pace, considering what you think they could do. So like that in itself, it was immediately making the Commander Remar Luna surprised, afraid, and basically telling everyone to get the fuck ready. He's yelling, rapidly holding up the axe, right, in the shield that they have, to try to rally everyone to get ready to fire and kind of group their targets, because that's what this fight is going to require. Right, crossbows, you have to be aimed at a specific target, not just barraging randomly. So we are kind of finished with the recap. That's it. There's nothing else to fully kind of conclude with. Questions might be is like, where's Priest Dumbly Goldbelly? Are they going to arrive on the battlefield here? Are any of the actual some of the dwarvish soldiers that you perceived, are they going to arrive on the battlefield at some point? You don't see them currently here on this wall segment, but you are supported by mangonels, so catapults. That is a common thing. They're going to roll those up. So nearby those, you have large carts or kind of wagons, and they're filled with the rocks that they're going to load into the mangonels and they're going to fire them. Now, one of the concepts here with these mangonels, so now we're going to go away from the recap. We're going to talk about combat mechanics. The first thing is the mangonels because they're a really big piece to the fight. If any of the 6 soldiers go down, the mangonel cannot be operated. So they have to be available to reload it and fire it. They're going to each take their complete and total turns loading and firing it. So the mangonels will fire off every single round. But in order for that to happen, they all 6 have to be not only reloading and firing it, but they have to be alive, right, to do that. So that all that is going to culminate into the mechanics of that. Now, it's a rock projectile, and it's literally a catapult. There's a whole animation, there's a whole thing, and it does decent damage. So that's going to surprise you when this thing fires off. Now, the soldiers, they are equipped with crossbows. They have battle axes and they have shields. Currently, they have their crossbows out. They're on the wall segment. The wall itself, you have to about 12 feet down towards the surface of the ground. The creatures that are hulking and large are above that height. So the large monstrosity creatures that are running through at the backside of the zombified creatures, those actually are able to attack everything on the wall.
Awesome.
So you have an idea that you can be hit even on the wall. Now, if you are surrounded, we will be going to mob attack rules. A lot of the soldiers, because they're going to be grouping up their crossbow bolts firing off, they will be using mob attack. So I'm not even going to waste time. They're going to be firing off in group targets for mob attack rules. Most likely, if they're pitting, like I'm going to fire on the zombified creatures, I'm just going to roll flat damage dice based on the ACs, and then I'm going to divvy up the damage specifically. That's going to speed up combat a lot because number 1, we're not going to use really MIDI for that. Just going to mainly roll dice. And then 2, we're not going to have animations firing off, which is unfortunate because you don't get to see them. But it's also, it would take forever if we had animations running for all of them. And your computers would probably explode.
Please, don't get me wrong. It would be awesome to see 20 arrows going off. But
yeah, it would be awesome, but you would probably not be able to function with your computers and internet. So anyway,
good thing this isn't my computer.
Yeah. Let it burn. Let it burn. All right. Wow. So much light. I look so great today. So right now I rolled for initiatives for the Commander Remar Luna, which rolled extremely high. Commander Remar Luna got a 23. So the soldiers, every single soldier on the wall is now that initiative. So the commander is they're rallied underneath the commander's initiative, and the commander is going to spend, because they don't particularly have a ranged weapon, they're actually going to spend their action to actually rally. That's a kind of a commander ability that they have. That means that anybody grouped around them is going to have advantage on one attack. Right? So They're going to raise the axe up and they're going to rally them and they're going to tell them to fire and they're going to get advantage. Now, that's why we can now come to the symbols. So because we don't have all the tokens in the initiative order, we're not going to have the spinning circles basically knowing whose turn it is. And I'm just going to do stuff. And I'm not even going to put on the monsters onto the turn order. I've mainly rolled those. There's not really a reason to put them on there. So the actual tiles there of the symbols are going to be what I'm going to guide you to when I narrate what they're doing, because I'm actually going to go off of specific lanes. Right, so if I talk about the enemies, this is like the Phoenix symbol here, which is the middle lane. I'm going to basically describe in that context of the symbol. In the same way, when the commander rallies, I'm going to say that everyone around the crown symbol has advantage on the first strike. So that's going to give you an idea of a little bit. Now, not going to come up too much in it's going to be really self-explanatory. So it's not going to be too difficult there. So the first thing I need all of you to do is to roll your initiatives. So we need you all each to roll your initiatives, and that basically is going to tell us who's going to get the highest initiative on the order, and we're going to follow suit. So.
Yeah. And just remember, Varus has advantage.
Nice, Thanos.
Yeah, so Varus, when you roll your initiative, you can roll another d20 as well, and then we can pick whichever one's higher.
Okay. It's pretty decent.
Thanos beating out Varus right now. Well, yeah.
That's
yeah.
plus
Well,
6.
We're following Thanos. No, it's both of you have the same initiative. 25's
Yeah.
tied. Okay, so fantastic. So basically, what this means is that 2 of your party members are going to take you all up there. So you all are now going to go up to that initiative. We need to understand though is where we need to be in the order. So I need to know who's going to go first.
I think we said I was gonna go first, right?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
either you or me, just because of
I'm gonna go
AoE.
last.
I'll go first then.
I think having the healers at the end may be beneficial. Actually, no. We probably want them after Varys because if we go down the round before, then they can pick us up and we can still get.
Yeah. Guess like Varys, Zeph.
I thought we were gonna have
Yeah.
you go last, just in case of a Hail Mary hypnotic
Yeah.
pattern.
I think my main benefit for in terms of healing would be trying to get off my Twilight Sanctuary.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Varys, Zeph up front, Tegan at the end. The rest of us smush in the middle.
Yeah.
Do Thanos,
Sounds good.
Lucor, Maldor.
Okay, so Varys is first, and then Zeph is second.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, then who's third?
Thanos.
I'll take it. Yeah.
And then fourth,
Lucor.
and then you, Maldor, next. Okay.
Yeah. Tegan.
Now we get to see where the undead horde falls.
I'm not going to tell you. You're not going to know.
I know, but
They
that's
fall
what we're
whenever
going to
they
find
want.
out.
They fall when they get shot in the face with a crossbow bolt.
Oh,
3 rounds.
Nice.
Oh, I do have a new short sword I can play with, actually.
Ooh, that's some good music.
All right. So as we now come into the siege of Fort Farron, we now have everything set up as we should. You have soldiers aligning the wall to the north, and you have soldiers aligning the wall to the south. You have Commander Remar Luna here around you. They are gearing, kind of afraid, showing their emotion in this condition as they begin to yell out orders in the direction of the wall segments. You also hear sounds of war horns essentially responding to the call, and they are being attacked by the same forces, as you can perceive through the fog, that you have in a lesser extent. So everything's happening all around you in addition to this. And there's other mangonels, not just on this wall segment, but further north and south. Now, seems that this is the center point of where they're attacking. So they are grouping their forces at this point. So if any proper defense is made, it's here. So the commander currently is yelling out for potential reinforcements, right? Yelling out in the sounds of the war horn nearby a soldier next to them as they're kind of yelling out. They seem to have a series of code that they're working with on the horn. As we come into play, the rain is pouring down, creating mud-like conditions. The wind kind of pushes through the fog, but the fog does not move. The fog is of its own control as it's whipping around from some sort of barrier coming back to it and back on top of itself. This leaves a very interesting condition that the fact that everything in the backside is very difficult to see and observe. They are in concealed positions. So when you are on the wall, yes, you are lit. So I've given you vision of the targets because I don't want to deal with dark vision who can see what. And you all now are lit with your twilight vision anyways, so it really doesn't matter. But anything on the backside past the actual symbols is concealed. So this is going to pose a particular challenge if you're going to fire off in ranged. You can't actually see the targets. The soldiers, because they're going to be barraging all at once, are not going to be implicated onto precision. They're just going to fire off into the masses, and they're going to roll their d20s. But you all, if you're taking specific targets in the fog, you are under the things of concealment. So if you don't know what that means,
Advantage.
means advantage.
So, like, if I fire a fireball into the fog, I don't get affected by that?
Well, if you fire a fireball into the fog, that doesn't mean anything. You just
Okay.
you're gonna fire it. You're gonna fire it in. But if you have now this is kind of concealed, right? This will have essentially disadvantage on your attack. So if you're gonna fire off a specific target, so if you're saying I want to hit that
Yeah.
big motherfucker right in the back, and you fire it off, that means you're gonna have disadvantage firing into the fog. But in the same way, if you're in the fog, right, you are going to be concealed. So that's going to be the trade-off of what you're doing. So right now you're a little bit at a disadvantage because you're still kind of in this moment that they're coming in. They're still in the fog. They're like coming out of it. So they're in the concealed position, which is what the symbols are marked as. That's that concealment line.
Okay.
So we're going to start it off. There, so you are up, the top of round 1. What do you do?
I'm gonna look at Thanos and I'm be like, hey, do you mind changing shape?
We give you a giant fucking thumbs up. Thought we were going fireball first, but
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Polymorph on Thanos.
Okay. What are you turning Thanos into?
A giant ape.
All right, so we're not going to actually fly into the trees. Interesting.
no.
Thanos wants to be a giant ape. All right, here we go. Polymorph coming out. And unfortunately, you're going to be ginormous.
He's sick! He's sick, boy!
He's a thick boy. All right, I'm going to put the concentrate effect. Just manually edit the spell slot in your inventory. Or your spell list, I should say.
Yep. And then after that, I'm gonna go and take cover behind these soldiers, and in my turn.
All right, so you can cover behind the soldiers, using them as meat shields. Ending your turn. Zeph, you're up.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh boy. And it looks like everyone around me is they're getting out the fire themselves, right? The soldiers, I mean.
Yeah, no, they're getting ready. The bolts are already in the crossbows. They're kind of looking, like they're shaking, and the commander's like, "Get ready! Ready!" It's kind of yelling out.
All right. Where? I want to cast Fairy Fire, but for some reason I'm blanking where it is. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right. Perfect.
All right, so you're casting a Fairy Fire?
Yep.
Okay, I believe Fairy Fire is a 60-foot range.
Is it? No, I think it's more than that. But let me check. Oh,
It is
Says it right
60
there.
foot.
dang. I thought it was 120. Nah.
All right, so I'm gonna have to have you drop concentration on that, and I'm gonna have them revert back.
Yeah.
Try something else. It's too far.
Well, I'll go ahead and toss up the Twilight Sanctuary thing.
All right, I believe you have to target yourself and then throw it off, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since we've used it. Fortunately, we're not in version 10, because I imagine this macro probably wouldn't work. We were on the next boundary version. I haven't made any major changes, so this should still work. It might be a little wonky because there's a lot of tokens on the board. We'll see. Oh, it's so interesting. Look, there's twice on certain things. That's cool. All right, you're gonna give off light 2, so I'm gonna give.
So the ape is not invisible.
Yes, the ape is not invisible.
God, imagine how terrifying.
Not yet.
Imagine.
Giant boulder just materializes in the middle of air.
Be 1 second before you end your turn, because I'm going to run through. No,
All
it's
right.
okay. You're good. I'm just going to make sure that there's not a double effect on people here. So you're not getting twice the pool of HP, huh?
I mean, that's fine. You know, they're temporary, so they don't stack anyway.
Yeah.
I guess it would just be like having an advantage on the reroll.
Yeah.
Should leave it on the
I don't know.
It's gonna
I don't know why, but for some reason, the giant ape with the spinning initiative tracker, makes it look like the ape is spinning counterclockwise.
It
Very
does. It
slowly.
does
Yeah,
play a trick
yeah,
on your
It
mind.
does. It does. All right. All right, Thanos, you are a giant ape. You are polymorph. This means you have the intelligence of an ape. You must play like an ape. Ape strong.
Yeah. So off the wall. I only have.
He
4.
just absolutely smashes. He just absolutely smashes Varys in the face.
Is there rocks or anything down here that I can pick up and throw?
There is not.
God.
It has been intentionally cleared out. It's just a mud pit. You're in currently mud conditions. They've cleared it all out. They don't want any cover for these creatures.
Or anything for them to throw.
Yeah, they don't want him to pick
right.
us a rock up and throw it at him.
I'll action dash towards the flaming pit. And
Okay.
yeah, end my turn there.
All right,
where's
ending
my next
turn. All right, Lucar, you are up next, and I will going to go ahead and activate your Aura of Protection. So that's going to pop up. You're going to lag a little bit here for just a split second. Probably a lot
Be
longer. 'cause that's how many
protected.
tokens are on the board. There you go. It's
Be protected, I say in the voice of a late night televangelist. Okay, I'm just gonna step over next to Maldor and put up Shield of Faith.
okay. All right, so that's a bonus action to put on your Shield of Faith. Anything for your actual action?
Just like take a defensive position, I guess, in case anything shoots at me.
Okay. Take a
Dodge.
defensive position. You're going to dodge?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay. I was going to say that. Definitely sounds
Semantics.
like
Semantics.
sounds like you're dodging as he comes at you. All right, Baldur, you're next.
Okay. 17th, focus your fire. I will provide you a target. Follow my mark. Commander, use your siege weapons to cover the flanks. Funnel them to the center. We'll take care of the rest. And he's going to jump off the wall.
Oh god.
So are you jumping off the wall and landing on the ground, or are you going to climb off the wall?
He'll jump. He's got boots of striding and springing.
Okay. Sounds good.
So does that, is it, how far is the wall? Like how much movement do I have left when I hit the ground, I guess?
So if you're jumping off of the wall, I gotta remind myself boots of spring. It's not an item that people
Right.
want. So I just have to look at this real quick.
I don't think it doesn't. It doesn't increase my actual movement. It just lets me take way more of it as a jump, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't really help you in like falling damage though. That's kind of where we're at. So falling damage wise, I'm probably gonna say movement speed to get down just a little bit of ways. You probably used 5 feet and then jumped off of the wall, so you didn't
Okay.
incur any fall damage. So you have 25 feet
25.
from your position hitting the ground.
Okay. Well. And then real quick. Perfect. He will reach out his hand, and you will see he starts to sparkle a bit with almost starlight. The Echo's hand will stretch forth past his hand and turn, and he's going to target. Is there a ping tool?
Yeah, if you hold down
Left click.
like your left clicker, you can ping.
Yeah. So like right there, he's gonna cast Control Flame, and I want to take the outermost edge of the flame there and double its brightness and turn it a dark green to mark a target area for the archers. Oh, I guess it gives me a template anyway. Never mind.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna do it with light though. So you can see.
Yep.
There's an interesting use for that spell.
Yeah, it is.
And then
There's your light
bonus
source.
action, the echoes. Sweet.
Thanos runs in the opposite direction.
Bonus action, the echo will summon, and then that'll end his turn.
Okay.
With your, are we just ending turn normally, or is that going to mess up your?
No, yeah, enter normally. For all of you, it's
Okay.
the same way as it is before. All right, Tegan, you're up next.
You said anyone standing next to the captain has advantage on the attack, correct?
Correct. The commander is inspiring everyone around them, which is on the crown symbol. So everything irrelevant to that middle lane.
All right. I'm just gonna take a shot with the crossbow.
Okay. So you're firing in concealment, so it's a straight roll, depending on what you're hitting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fire into the, like basically following Maldor's orders. I'm just gonna take a shot into the crowd.
Okay, take a shot at the crowd. You have advantage then, so hold on, hold. You can target too. You all play normally here, right? For all of you, it's all normal,
Okay.
except for that. What you targeting? Oh, it's a hand crossbow. Ooh, that's far shot for a hand crossbow, sir.
You
Well, that is a far shot. You're outside your range. Like, you
Am I?
can't actually fire past 120.
Oh shit!
So you could only hit the
I don't
first.
think-
You could only
the
hit
thing
the
is-
first targets. Okay, what I'll do here, like, okay, because you're firing a hand crossbow, you're actually gonna. So I'm gonna have to take it. I'm gonna have to take it at a normal roll then, because we have a lot of counteracting things happening here. So you're firing it in the crowd.
Definitely,
Best you get. This
it
is a far
definitely
shot. You're-
misses. Then
Ah,
it
you're like
definitely misses.
Yucking it out. So 3, so 4 plus 3. Well, there's so many modifiers in your crossbow here. Plus 3, plus 3, plus 1. Jeez. Okay. So
Why?
7.
Still 10.
Dexterity,
proficiency
proficiency,
bonus.
and then plus 1.
Yeah.
3, 3, 6, 6, 7, 7, 3, 10. So you are going to hit. Deal 7 points of
go.
damage, and I'm going to randomly assign it to one of the front ones.
Tegan just goes, "Fuck yeah!"
Barely. It's like full art. Like the whole thing comes all the way down.
That's what
That's
I
what people
shoot it at a
all hold your
45
breath. Say,
degree
"Do it."
angle and just hope it hits.
Yeah, hope it hits.
I have a question. Is it a skill check to load and fire the catapults?
It is a complete turn. So you'll have to spend your entire turn helping load and fire the mangonels.
No, I just didn't know if like the people loading and firing were making active skill checks, or if it was just they're spending their action.
No. They're just spending their entire turns doing that. Their action,
Okay.
their
This is like-
movements.
It's like what they're trained for, so they don't need skill checks.
Yeah, they're not gonna need skills. How does the siege weapon work? Not like it. Yeah, they fired this before. They understand it. They've been trained at it to fire it. You would need a skill check to understand how a mangonel works to fire it, but it's a very low DC. It's not
Alright.
complicated. Put the
I'll
rocks
just
in the
give-
bowl,
Does the
pull it
rock
back.
Go in.
I'm just gonna give Maldor Bardic inspiration.
All right, target
Need it
fire
down there. He's in the thick of it.
Yeah, he's in the thick. You're in mud right now. Slip and slide, baby. All right, anything else, Tegan?
Nope, that'll do it.
Okay, ending turn. We now come to the command Remar Luna's charge. Fire! Fire! Army man! Begins to point in the direction of the kind of the middle-ish area, and they're kind of letting off kind of a barrage in that direction. So it's kind of you begin to yell outwards. Those in get advantage here. So we have a total of 5 bolts that actually have the advantage, plus the 2 on the flank on the the one group on the south side, the 17th Regiment. those 4 all get advantage. Okay. Real quick. See something. I just gotta remind myself. Then we have. Okay. All right, so as they begin to culminate their firing, again, the advantage is kind of canceling out with the concealment, but they're letting out just barrages. They do 20 points of damage to where the hulking figure is kind of the forefront, the shield raised. The bolts begin to fire off in the volley, and then subsequent, they fire off in addition to the creatures out in front as they begin to explode outwards in that direction. They're divvying out a total of 5 and 5 to the random assignments of those in front. Okay, so those are the kind of the crown symbol for the bolts firing. We come to the top end. 4 of those are now going to be ordered by you, Maldor, to concentrate fire in the direction of the middle. They're going to be firing outwards in that.
This is where Thanos gets shot in the back.
Duck.
Intelligence check to know if that's a friendly or not.
Oh, they 100% don't know.
I mean, I literally turned into it on the wall.
Yeah, I literally said, "Hey, man, I'm turning you into a giant ape."
And those 4 deal a total of 6 damage. Only 1 of the bolts land. They complete their firing on those specific
On brand.
creatures. Now come to
Definitely.
the top end
It
with
was
the
the one-
halberd. So continuing with the halberd symbol. They are not really taking direction orders from you. They're also a little bit far outreaching as they begin to kind of fire up, and they're firing a volley into the crowd. As they begin to try to fire upon the armored figures, that was what their concentrations are, but again, they're firing into concealment, and none of their bolts hit into the armored figure. As they pass off of the black metal plate, they begin to reload, and freaking out as they're reloading their crossbows. We now come to the dragon symbol, which is really just the 5 that are down on the south side. They are actually going to be firing off on some of the tattered lizard folk creatures that are ethereal with shadows around them, and they begin to fire off into those directions. Now, those 5, after firing, none of them are able to hit a single one of them in the concealment as they fire off the 5. Now remember, they're firing into concealment, and they do not have advantage. This is disadvantage on their shots. So this is telling you kind of a telltale of what these creatures' armor classes might be, in addition to the fact that they're getting half of the d20s they normally would of the mob attack with. That is going to be the end of the commander's turn. We now come to the catapults. Catapults focusing fire. The first one is going to fire off in the centermost of the lot as it fires up.
Oh.
Nice.
Now,
Nice.
as the creatures fall prey to the damage, a lot of them getting crunched and crumpled, they begin to rise again, picking themselves up one at a time. Some of them arose, others did not, crunched in the first Maggotel's firing at the center group. Come to the second one. The second one begins to fire off, and they're centermost of the other group. So similar fashions, they're concentrating their fire close, right, they're going towards the closest of targets, and they begin to fire off into that. And Bioinnovation didn't work for that, so I gotta reroll it. Only 2 come back up, based on the DC.
Nice.
So as they ring out firing, get a cool little the animation's pretty dope as the boulders sort of launch off of them. Simultaneously they fire. Their initiatives are at the exact same point. And they begin to crash into the crowds of the creatures. Many of them do not get up, so they're just kind of exploded off and other things. We're now going to end the turn, and this is not your turn, Varus. This is now the creature's turns. As I do this, I'm actually going to be wiping the board. So after we get through all of yours, I will now start removing tokens to wipe the board. And this will ease our use as we begin to play this game, because our frames and all of our beautiful animations and things are going to work a lot better if we have less tokens on the board. So I'm going to wipe, and I'm keeping track of how many creatures have deceased. All right. Now going to come to the lizard folk. Pay attention to the flame skull lanes. This is 9 of these creatures. They begin to move in post haste. They dash up 60 feet, and as they complete their dash, they begin to shadow step. But it's not a similar shadow step as if they're in currently light. It seems that this might be something else, that they are filled with this purplish energy as they begin to step across. Now, if you are understanding Thanos, unfortunately you're polymorph, so you don't have that ability, but this is very similar to the gift that you possess in a more exponential way. They are almost moving like shadows and energy, but they're still kind of these lizard folk humanoid creatures. They have spears in their hands, and they also have bone-like armor, but their flesh is completely like tattered and splintered apart, and these shadows and energy almost come through. It's like they're almost like darkness themselves. As they come through, they're nimble enough to stand on the pylons of the spikes as they step, just as they appear, and they're running on all fours, some of them, as they're making a vivid dash in the direction of the wall. In similar fashion, the other ones are going to do the same. So they're going to go in dashes, and then they're going to step across and land on the other sides. Fortunately, we don't get the cool animations of the steps, but you're getting the idea that all of the lanes are stepping across. So they are moving outside of the branches of the waves, and they're moving very, very quickly as they are able to get all across. They do not seem to be, according to the ape and Maldor, they are not focused on you at all. They don't care about you both. They're on the field of play underneath the wall. They are running directly for the wall. That's going to be the end of their turns. We went through dash and bonus. Now come to the large monstrosities. The large monstrosities begin to charge forward. As they do, they are going to move their entire movement speeds of 40 feet. Pay attention to the flame skull side. And then they are going to kind of take dashes as they are fanning themselves outwards on the field of play, coming up to the pylons. Branching their shields downwards, they begin to raise their morning stars up, but again, they took their actions to do so. Continuing the flame skulls side here, we now have these kind of bull-like hulking figures. They are doing a similar fashion, but they are not dashing. They instead are moving in their regular movement speeds as they begin to separate themselves away from the pack, continuing in their formations, almost as if they're kind of working together, but continuing to kind of move away. So they're grouping themselves away and filling into middle spaces. I'm now going to move those tokens as such in all of the rest of the lanes as they continue to do the same things. Now, coming into the middle lane, with my narration, you are controlling the flame, so you're creating the flame large and vivid in the screen, right? That's what Control Flame is going to do. It doesn't necessarily have any relation to doing damage or increasing. It's really just kind of making the flame brighter and then making it a different color. They don't care about the fire. They're covered in this black plate armor. They're also like grotesque in their colorations of their flesh. It's very pale. They're like they're shaking and lumbering themselves in full charges. They're literally dashing into the spikes, it seems. Crashing into them is what they're going to attempt to do. So I'm now moving them to showcase that. All right.
Right. I'm guessing they're getting rid of the spikes for their followers. Awesome.
All right, so I'm going to continue this. All right, now we're going to come to the zombified creatures. Zombified creatures are all going to move at once, and they're going to shift themselves forward and slightly in the direction of the hulking figures at their backsides. They are running. As they're running, they kind of move, and then they slowly come to slightly stop positions. They start to walk. As that happens, you hear a hiss creature kind of emanating in the direction of the fog. As if there is something that's yelling and hissing outwards from that. It's difficult to hear with the rain. None of you are able to understand. You just hear the backdrop of the hissing screech sound that comes through the fog. As they're now showcasing that they themselves have tactics as they approach the trench, which is strange indeed. That is going to be the end of their turns. They were taking movements, dashes, and other things. They have yet to do any sort of attacks, anything of that. We are now going to come to the top of round 2.
Okay. I'm gonna step over here and noticing that they're all starting to bunch up. You'll see Varys do the somatic components you've seen for a fireball a bunch of times, but instead of making the small bead of the fireball like he normally does, he creates like a giant spirit bomb like from Dragon Ball Z and throws it over here.
Big boom.
Kamehameha!
All right, so launching a fireball off in that direction, it lands and explodes, signing damage.
Kill them all.
Always
Is
a
what a
beautiful
monkey
thing.
would say.
No saving throws. These are rolled by me. Could you imagine an infinitely roll saving throws?
God.
I love MIDI. Why I love MIDI, because, like, really? Just have them roll up by themselves.
You'll see him breathe deeply out, and he'll take 2 steps back behind Tegan, and that'll end my turn. Tegan shield.
I fist bump you.
That's what I'm good for.
Okay. 3 nat 20s in the last ones.
Oh, snap.
Burn them now.
Nice.
All right, so as you send out your fireball at the top side, exploding out, seeing them grouped together with the shielded ones, so they take the blast as they explode. Numerous of them are kind of mauled and shredded from their flesh, and their limbs are missing. They do not stand. Other ones are more burned, and they begin to kind of rise. Others are kind of shielded by the body fragments. The hulking figures are completely unfazed. Plate armor takes at their backsides, almost helps them, pushing them forward, and they just don't have any sort of emotion that you're able to see, except for the fact that they took some of the blow.
That'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Zeph.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure I do, but just in case, being in order against undead, I would imagine Zeph is fairly familiar with the thing about undead and their thing about radiant damage, right?
Not all undead are vulnerable to radiant damage. I would probably
vulnerable, but I was more meaning in terms of the undead fortitude thing.
Yeah, so undead fortitude, exactly that. You're seeing the creatures rise up. This is what you've seen as the Vigilant Eye and Denward Kingdom, right with the Forsaken. You understand that undead have the fortitude to rise up as they're not alive. So they're essentially taking damage, and unless they're completely destroyed, they will rise up. That's something that's happening.
Right.
Radiant damage will resolve that.
So I imagine Zeph would definitely do his more or less signature move and do Moonbeam, but he's going to cast it all the way up to 4th level.
Okay. So you do have a 120-foot range to throw that down?
Yeah. Another reason it's my favorite spell of his. Ooh, nice.
And we don't have any damage per se yet, right? But we can take that further if you'd like. That's fine.
Yeah.
On the start of their turn.
I like that damage roll.
Yeah. If you like the damage roll, I'll take it. That's fine.
Don't have anything else on the bonus, so
Do the lizard people appear to be undead as well, from our point of view?
The way that I just described them, I will let you interpret that.
I was a little spaced, not gonna lie.
Your space?
Thanos, but better.
I think everyone all at once. Are they undead?
I
No.
would think so.
They're missing big gaps of flesh, so
They condition.
Yeah, yeah.
could
They
be
look.
leprosy.
They look undead. They have to all like shadow energy around them. Like they're just like they're in darkness in a way.
It's a really bad
Michael,
case of swamp ass.
To be fair, okay, I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want to be offended.
I love it. All right. Well, giant ape time.
Get 'em, boy.
So, especially now that they are highlighted by the moonbeam, very easy, interesting targets. I'm gonna walk over here and start smacking stuff. So target the close one, or not.
All right. 13 does not hit as you come through. Nimbly dodges out of the way. There's hisses out in your direction.
What did I wish
Uh,
that spell for?
I'm gonna beat my chest and I'm gonna roll the exact same thing
13
again. And
sidesteps, dodges out of the way.
all right, nobody saw anything. It's fine.
Not at all.
Uh,
I wasted
alright.
a spell.
That's unfortunate. Luke, you're up.
Well then.
So, by the way you described it, the lizard men that are approaching are
Undead lizard men.
what?
Undead lizard men.
Yes, the undead lizards are they're ignoring everything around them and coming straight for the wall, right?
That's correct.
That's pretty readily apparent. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just going to stay here protecting Ferris, Tegan, and Zeph, and just hold in action for an attack if anything climbs the wall.
Okay. Sounds
GG.
good. Yeah, Maldor, you're up next.
Okay. Defensive positions. Cover the wall. Move. There. And the Echo will move with him. There. And then the Echo is going to start swinging
Okay.
with the Darksteel Dragon Slayer Great Axe.
Yes.
It just sounds
Yep.
so cool.
That just sounds like a very typical, epic D&D name for a weapon.
That's a natural
Again,
one.
that one.
Oh, I wouldn't have burned the inspiration. I didn't realize it was a 1.
Okay.
You get to keep it because you
Yeah,
didn't.
he is
yeah,
unfailing.
it's unfailing.
that's
So I'm
right,
putting it
yeah.
putting it back on you.
Nice. All right, we'll try that again.
So you just pretty
17
much
on
just
that
use
one.
it every time, you know.
Right.
Every time it works. 60% of the time it works all the time. That's basically what
Hey.
a failing prior inspiration is. 24
There we
is
go.
going to hit as you come swinging through, striking in for a total of 18 total points of damage as you slice across the chest. The creature is still alive. As you come through, the shadowness breaks apart for a brief moment, and then you get a couple of the tail ends of its left side coming through with the axe.
You will unleash Incarnation and hit him one more time.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
All right, 18 is going to hit. So as you come through, top down of the creature, aimed for kind of the chest side, you want a really long, broad stroke, 24 slashing damage. Is able to kill the creature as you come all the way through, slicing into it, kind of phases back in, and then it's like in two different pieces and slumps onto the ground.
All right, bonus action, attack the one next to it from Great Weapon Master.
Tough.
Or not.
All right, 10 is not going to be successful as you come swinging around horizontally. Just going to pulls itself back.
That'll end his turn.
All right, Tegan, you're up next.
I am going to. Walk over here.
What the heck?
And I'm going to recognize that these undead lizard men are going for the wall. Belly pattern.
Okay. So you have a 120-foot range there, so you're able to throw that out. All right, so Hypnotic Pattern comes out in the direction of them. I need to actually look at something real quick. Spell description-wise. Okay. Only 2 are able to succeed on the save.
Nice job.
Throughout
Gotcha.
the vivid and colorations as they begin to swirl and sprit, they fill that space, putting them into a stupor.
Proud of you, Tegan.
I'll go ahead and give Maldor Bardic Inspiration again.
Okay. You got this, kid!
Under the effects of hypnotic pattern, can you make them dance a waltz in pairs?
Yeah, he just has to
I'll just
change
be
the
like,
component from
"Don't die!"
to
And then I'll scream across the wall to the people on the side south to me and just say, "Shoot the dirt! Don't shoot the derpy ones! Shoot the ones that are still moving!"
What do you mean? Ah!
Oh no!
As if they have control of their
I just
aim.
face bomb. I just face bomb.
There's a 50-50 chance if they hit the ones in front of me or the ones down there, and that's how far apart they are.
No, there's a 50-50 chance of whether they hit you or them.
Yeah, that. I don't think they can hit anything with my
All right,
AC.
does that end your
It's
turn?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, we come to the commander, Remar Luna. Ah, fire! We get Steel out, giving everyone around Crown, still with the advantage. And the first attack that they make, we now come to, we'll take the 5 here. Crowd not making the south side of the 17th Regiment. Take the 5. The 5 are going to be focus firing, now getting the advantage of one of the hulking figures that's outside of the actual kind of fog layer. So they're kind of beginning to fire in that direction. This is where I'm going to now kind of go into basic rolls for the sake of hitting the armored kind of creatures and they're outside of concealment, not kneeling to do the mob attack rules per se. 2 of them are able to hit. Fast enough on the dice. Deals a total of 8 points of damage as 2 of the bolts land into the direction of one of the hulking figures that comes outwards right here. Now come to the south side of the 17th Regiment. These, on the Crown side, they have their advantage from being inspired by the commander, and they are kind of keeping to you, Maldor, seeing you out at the front there, embracing these shadowy creatures. They are going to be beginning to fire. Therefore, and for the sake of it, again, I'm not going to do mob attack because we're going to be separated. I can roll dice out easy enough. In total, after the advantages take place, only 2 of them hit, but one of them does get a natural 20 on the hit.
Nice.
And I'm going to now do damage. Okay. One of them is taken down for 22 total points of damage, which just kills the creature. And the other
Well
one
done.
is only hit for 5 points of damage. That was the critical hit. Alright, so that's going to finish it up with the Crown. So now come to the Halberds. They're actually going to collectively focus fire as best as they can on the hulking figures. They're seeing the hulking figures step up, bracing themselves. They're also creating almost like a wall of line, especially with the fog. They can't see the smaller creatures in the backside. They know that the lizard folk lights are kind of coming in the direction of them, but given that there's like an ape as well as a moonbeam here, the Halberds are actually going to try to get some of the hulking figures down. So that I'm going to go ahead and roll. 5. Since the 17th Regiment still following your orders, clinging to the light that you have outwards. All 5 of those are going to miss as they fire on one single target. and they would not hit with mob attack based on the armor class of the creature anyways. Now come to the 4, that's the 17th Regiment. They are going to fire off in the direction of the light, and they are going to fire into one of the hulking figures just north side of our token, and 2 of them are going to hit. As they begin to fire it off, they deal a total of 14 points of damage to one of the creatures on the north side, which is this one. Bolts are firing off, twanging everywhere. We now come to the dragons, just the 5. They're, what do you mean? And they begin to fire off at the lizard folk, but they do not know which ones are in a stupor. They have no idea what that means. They've never seen
The dirty ones, you idiots!
never seen hypnotic pattern before in their life. They have no idea.
I
what
didn't
that
train
means.
those.
And they begin to fire off in that direction. All right.
You
Only
should have
one
said
of
just
them.
don't fire the lizard folk.
Only one of them is going to hit, and unfortunately, that is one of the ones that is in a charm-like condition. After taking damage, it is no longer in a stupor.
The one time we didn't want you to hit shit.
All right, that's now going to end the soldiers' turn on the walls. We now come to the catapults. Catapults, they take time to change their direction. That was one thing I forgot to add, is that they can't just aim at random targets all across the map. So they're still going to keep their focus fire on the central, so the north one's going to fire off into the central pit here and try to basically land as best as it can without rotating too far. It's going to kind of aim as best as possible as it can, so it can't rotate completely. As it lands, smashes downwards, flying damage. Only one of them arises. The rest die.
How am I just now finding out you can click the dice to make them like wiggle?
You've never known that? Yeah, you can click the dice to make them wiggle.
I've been playing in Foundry for like almost a year, and I never knew that.
I didn't mean to do that.
Right. You can actually pick them up and re-roll them. Technically, it doesn't count though, but yeah,
Yeah, it's just on your end. We don't actually see it.
yeah.
Of that.
You could
Alright.
drag them. Oh my god!
2 of them arise, but otherwise still successful of that strike, hitting the group targets. These 2 Mangonels begin to fire off, and they are pretty successful in the way that they're striking into the groups. Again, takes them time to turn the entire Mangonel. They can't just hit the whole field of play, and so now they're kind of assessing what targets they need to hit to next, and they're kind of rotating it into those positions potentially on the next round. We now are going to come to the creatures, and that's the point. I'm going to go ahead and wipe the board.
We're winning.
Bring out your dead.
Bring out your dead.
Bring out.
Okay. So with the start, we are at the Lizard Folk. Now we have the Lizard Folk. We're going to take the 30 points of damage dealt from the beam previously, and then I'm going to roll the Constitution saving throws based on their stat blocks. Again, everything's kind of manual here, so 2 of them are going to succeed on their saving throws, but it does not matter if they half the damage. The creatures are vulnerable to radiant damage, and they all succumb
Oh,
to
sweet.
death.
Fry, lizard people.
Make kebabs.
They're a little bit weaker than
Sweet.
I thought they were.
Okay. So as it
Don't
kind
talk
of
to
begins to
DM.
shred them,
Well, being
Now-
being vulnerable doesn't help.
begin to make themselves in dashes as they are fanning outwards.
Were they smart enough to go around the moonbeam?
That is correct. I'm going to move a couple of them back
Darn.
10 feet because they have to make 10 feet away. They are smart enough to get around the moonbeam. As this point, as they begin to approach the wall, they all take a series of steps as they begin to step upon the
Uh-oh.
wall, filling the space.
Hey, you're not supposed to be up here.
They do. They step onto the wall, and they do not pay attention to the soldiers. They look towards the Mangonel.
Oh. Interesting.
Now come to the central lizard folk. These ones are making way, but they stop at you, Maldor, as they all begin to take their entire movement speeds and they surround you, leaving only a small gap. They're all now going to take mob attack rolls to attack into you. Your AC is 20.
20.
They have +2 to hit, right?
Oof.
You're struck for a total of 38 points of acid damage as their bites begin to yip and move
Acid.
into you. They have pack tactics, which means they all have advantage on the strikes.
If I'm taking acid damage as a reaction, I would like to cast.
Are you going to talk about the absorb
Elements?
Yeah.
Cast.
Since when can you cast?
Maldor has so many new tricks.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say control flame.
Okay, so you're going to resist it.
Yeah, to get resistance. I don't know. It made me attack roll myself. I don't think that's
Yeah.
necessary.
It's just part of the way this will work. So putting 19 back to you.
And I get an extra
D6, right, to attack
D6
with.
acid on my next attack.
Yeah,
Which probably
okay.
won't do anything on them because they're the ones that did the acid damage.
All right, so two. It was just 2 bites that actually landed. Just FYI, that's how much damage they did from the series of 2 bites from these creatures.
Oof.
I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
Got inspiration if you need it.
All right, first one's successful. Go ahead for the second one. The second one is successful as well. As they bit into you, it seemed to maybe have some sort of venom with their actual fangs, so they bit into you. You're unsure of what that would be. Could be a poison condition, could be stun, could be paralysis. It's unclear to you. But they are around you. As they do begin to snarl and snare, they continue to be around you. They do not actually leave your space. They're completely surrounding you at this point, biting with their spears and pointing at you in an attempt to strike. Now come to the south side, which is the lion kind of symbol. That's that lane, those lizard folk. The lizard folk are going to take the 3 that are there, are taking their actions to wake up the other 3 that are nearby them.
Fuck. Honestly, but it slowed him down either way, so it's okay.
As they take their actions afterwards, they begin to snarl and start talking amongst them, and then those 3 now begin to move.
Isn't their speed still 0? Oh, because they have their action and their movement. Never mind.
Correct. They have their action and their movement. After they do so, they look towards the wall, and they step close to it, but not completely up to it. They showcase that this effect can happen pretty much for every bonus that they take. They step directly, they move in a quickened pace on all 4s. The other 3 that have just been awoken, they are turning in the direction of their compatriots to awake them. Now, I'm not going to have this is all happening instantaneously, so it would be very unfair to be like, oh, now they're going to wake the other ones because they're awake. That doesn't make any sense. So they're being awoken, and coming from that, it's still the end of their turn. All right, so we're now going to come to the large monstrosities. This is where we get to the fun part. Large monstrosities are going to begin to rake their morning stars across the trench as they begin to smash and break apart segments of the actual trench, breaking it apart and splintering the fire, and everything is like swing the morning stars away with their blackish shields and metal. They begin to smash and tear apart using their attack actions to do so, and this is where I get to reveal my really cool tile tokens to showcase the damage.
Ooh.
Down one more. There we go. So that's pretty good. Good overlay. Okay. So as they take their actions to do so, they still have their movements as they begin to trudge into the gaps and then space out. Now, it's difficult for them Not difficult for them, I should say, based on their size. So their size is a really key factor as they begin to come across the trench. It's down, it's muddy, and it's up, but they're large and they're hulking, so they're kind of stepping over it in a way, and then continuing their charge. As the two on the north side, which is the Flaming Skulls, pass through, they have 20 more feet of movement, and they begin to run full bore in the direction of the wall. As they're snarling and lowering their heads down with the shields raised. In similar fashion, these two hulking figures come through, and they are moving their entire 20 feet past in that space as well, as they come through with their shields lowered and whatnot. Now we come to the Phoenix side, which is the middle lane. Two of them are going to come through. They're going to come and they turn as they run in the direction of the wall. They kind of freeze and stop a little bit, and they turn towards the ape, kind of rotating themselves halfway, and the other one begins to come in the direction here, filling space as they're kind of pinning themselves, turning towards the ape. Now, what was strange to that was the fact that they almost looked like kind of like possessed for a moment. They seemed to be really focused on destroying the wall and running towards it, just bypassing you as an ape. But then something kind of forced their heads, and they almost were like pulled like a poltergeist in the direction of you. Come to the other two figures. These ones move into the wall segment and then spend their remaining movement in the direction. That's 10, and then that is 30, and they look towards you, Maldor, as they raise upwards. Two of those are coming towards. Rest, moving the same fashion directly to the wall. Now I'm going to just go ahead and rotate them into the field of play. All right. Now we come to the skeleton bull creatures. What do? They're actually pressing through, but they come up to the edge, and they don't take any sort of actions, which is really strange. Kind of coming up to the edge here as they begin to move, taking no actions, it seems. Move that one 5 feet as they begin to space themselves out. And this one is going to come right here. So it's unclear what they're doing currently. It seems that they're kind of running up towards the trench, and then they're stopping. I'm going to continue to move them in that space. But they're still kind of keeping up with the play that they're kind of they're separating out. They're seeing the boulders kind of land through. They're understanding that's something that's happening. And they're kind of separating that way. All right, so that's going to be the end of their turns. And unclear of what actions they're taking at that point. They've just used their movement speed, if they not the entirety per se. Now we come to the zombified creatures. Zombified creatures begin to trudge through. I'm going to be moving their movement speed entirety as they begin to press, and also taking the fact of the difficult terrain when they come through. As we now come to the Flaming Skull side, this particular grouping, the actual bull-like creatures begin to look towards them as they pick them up, and they toss them, giving them a little bit of a leg up in the direction over the trench.
Alley-oop.
Stuck it.
Toss me!
We're not winning anymore.
No,
Maybe
we're
I should
winning.
Pick up some zombies.
We're secretly
Just
winning.
throw them back.
Toss them in the fire.
Volleyball with the fucking.
No dodgeball.
That's on brand for Ape.
That is on brand for an ape. If there wasn't two hulking figures in my way, I would probably try to grab one. But there's two hulking figures in my way that I have to.
I feel like this polymorph hasn't been that useful yet.
Well, he's only got to go like once.
Yeah, I've only had one turn with it so far.
You rolled 2 4s.
It lasts for an hour. Calm
No, I'm
down.
not mad. I'm not mad
Can't
at you.
control that.
I'm laughing about our luck.
It's been
Yeah,
12
we roll like shit.
seconds.
We roll like shit all the time.
There's a lot of shit going on in 12 seconds, man.
There is a lot of stuff
shit going
happening.
on.
Okay. So as we now end their turn here, the large monstrosities pressing forward, showcasing that they can destroy the trench, clear the flames. I'm not going to remove the lighting effects. There's no need for that. The zombified creatures are also slowing down, and then they're picking up their pace, filling into the gaps of where the trench is now opened up. In addition, they're being alley-ooped or thrown by the kind of bull-like, kind of tall, hulking creatures. They're being thrown. So a lot of things are not what the Commander Remar Luna was stating, it seems. These now are functioning with tactics, and there is something that is controlling them from the fog. That's a continuation of hissing and shrieking sounds are continuing inside of the fog. You cannot see where this is happening from. You just hear the aura of the sound emanating outwards from the Smallwood. But now we're going to come to the top of round 3 with Varys.
Eris is gonna look at Lucar and he's gonna say, "Defend that Maganil. I'll try to help out Maldor." He's gonna say, "Sorry, Maldor, this is gonna hurt," and he's gonna cast Magnify Gravity over that group of them. Actually, he's gonna move before he does that. So over here, then Magnify Gravity, and I'm gonna upcast it to a 2nd level.
All right, where are you throwing this down?
Over the top of Maldor and all those people surrounding him.
Okay. I wonder if there's a template there. I can't actually see it. Yeah, there's a template. Okay. So 10-foot radius sphere centered on a point you can see within range. Each creature in the sphere on the turn we cast spells make Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 2d8 force damage, and speed is half till the end of its next turn. A successful save takes half as much damage and suffers no reduction in speed. At the start of your next turn, any object that isn't being worn or carrying the sphere, that's not going to have any sort of impact. Now it's a 10-foot sphere, so that is actually going to impact. There's no creatures. There's no creature size that is impacted by that, right?
No, there isn't. It's just if it hits the creature, you have to make the con save.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Maldor, I have you at a 21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's going to beat the spell save DC. So you're going to take half as much damage, which is 6 points of damage, and then you take no speed reduction. Okay. Then I need to mark speed reduction. Let me see if I have a good condition for that. Just going to put the grappled on.
Quick, Maldor, do a whirlwind.
All right, so the ones with the grapple sign, they're not grappled, but that's going to give me an understanding that they are in that half speed condition. So they are affected by that magnified grapple. Now, this is going to only last this round, so it's going to go away after we've done this,
Yeah,
right?
it's just for the next turn.
It's kind of that instantaneous pop, and then that speed reduction lasts throughout the next turn. But it doesn't do more damage, right?
No,
Okay.
it's just it's just this turn. They get a speed reduction on their turn, and then that's it.
Yeah, I just want to clarifying spell. I've want to make sure I get it right. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Zeph, you're next.
All right. Decisions. I am going to. Which one? I'm going to concentrate at the top, so I'm going to move it over my moonbeam up here over these two big guys.
Okay. Plenty of movement there. You can take your action to moonbeam over to the big guys. Sounds good.
And then bonus action, spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
All right. I think you have to target yourself again for that. So I would make sure to press C on yourself for target, and then use the spiritual weapon.
Oh yeah, because the companion thing.
Yeah.
Eh.
So it's going to want you to target yourself, and then you can throw it out. And then I think you can throw it out 60 feet. So
Yeah.
you can get it over there, no problems. And then let me make sure it's been set up. We had a little bit of an issue with the modifiers. +7 to attack, and +4 to damage. Is that accurate?
Believe so.
Okay. It's set up.
All right. So, and doing that, I will attack that lizard.
Swing away.
Eh.
All right, 16 is going to connect as you swing through with the spiritual weapon. 7 points of force damage as you smack it onto the side of the shoulder.
All right, that. I'll move up a little bit, and that's my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the Ape Strong. Jarder, do something. Do anything.
Monkey smash.
Smash. Ape smash. I'm gonna target this one closest to the hole. Hoping
All right.
it has lost footing.
20 smash into its arm with a giant fist. 22 points of bludgeoning damage as you crunch down to the arm. Falls down. to the shoulder.
Nice.
Begins to yell outwards with Morningstar raised.
And I'm gonna smack it again.
Okay, coming
No,
back
you're
in
not.
again with a
No, you're
natural
not.
one.
Oh.
All right. As the ape swung, slipping
Tough.
upon the mud, you are prone. Unfortunately,
Shit.
as you slip upon the mud, you begin to fall like a monkey with a banana peel. It's not good.
Ferris.
I will.
I wasted
good.
a spell.
Since it's still my turn, I can use my movement to stand back up.
That's
correct
correct.
myself.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I will use half my movement to stand back up.
Okay.
Nobody saw anything. This is going great, by the way, guys. Fantastic. Yeah, I'll end my turn there.
All right, Lucar, you're up next.
Should have been a mammoth.
Okay, I am going to move up here next to Zeph,
All right.
and oop, wrong tool. And then I am going to throw the Corpse Slayer.
All right. Might lag for a little bit as you're putting your orb protection on a lot of people. Okay, so you're throwing off the Corpse Slayer here. 16 is going to hit, and you can do an extra 1d8, so go ahead and roll that, please. Two, so that's 9 total points of damage, and then I am going to put a just basic charmed effect on to showcase that it is has disadvantage on a turn undead based on the javelin. Javelin dunks
Got
into
it.
the shoulder.
Isn't it supposed to aren't I supposed to reroll damage on one?
Only for a two-handed, ginormous
right.
weapon.
It's a really big javelin.
Massive.
You never seen a javelin this big, buddy.
I just always want to reroll damage. I don't know. It's just
It's
something
big
about
in
it.
my mind. Okay, yeah, that's gonna end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Aldor.
Everything is fine.
It's all good.
How's Maldor
Um,
looking? Oh, you're fine.
Bonus action. Rope-a-dope. We're going to swap places with the Echo.
Andy.
Give me 1 second. You put yourself on the echo.
Yeah, I realized as I dragged, I was like,
we
wait a minute,
we
I'm
do
on
this
top.
together. We're supposed to be
Yeah,
on
let's get it.
sync.
1,
on
2,
it.
3,
What do you-
go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, you saw the positions.
Yeah, swapped. He's going to move. He'll take an attack of opportunity.
All right, comes at you. Take attack of opportunity. Comes with the Morning Star swinging down on top of you. 13 is going to be a miss as it crashes into the ground. Too slow to react.
And let's see, what was that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He'll hold there. And then the Echo is going to go to town.
Your moving speed's 30.
Yeah, did I move too many?
Yeah, you're there.
It was hard to tell because they counted the swap.
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah. Okay. Echo takes some attacks. Go for it. All right, 27 is going to hit the first strike as you come down with the Dark Steel Dragon Slaying Great Axe. You do a total of 19 total points of damage. Trying to phase out of it, swings through and catches half of its body, ripping a shard of its ribs and its other organs out.
Kill the ones that don't have their movement speed removed.
Can we name it the Darksteel Dragon Slaying Dank Axe just for alliteration purposes?
If only. All right, 16 is going to connect and hit as well, and that deals a total of 17 total points of damage, and that creature succumbs to its injuries as well as you come top down, splitting the creature almost in half.
All right. Bonus. No, I already used my bonus action. So Unleash Incarnation. And he'll take one more attack. Oof.
Right, that is a natural 1 from the Echo. Swing through, nothing happens. Just a bad miss as it goes from top to left.
That will
That
end
sucks.
my turn.
Ending turn. Tegan, you're up next.
Alrighty. I'm gonna get off the move tool or the measure tool.
That'll be good.
I think so.
That usually helps.
Damn.
All right, 60 feet is the range of the shatter. You cannot hit any of the zombie creatures. You can hit the 4 hulking figures and 3 of the lizards here above the wall, as well as those by Maldor in the Echo's position. So you can nuke the Echo.
He doesn't hold a grudge, we've seen.
Yeah, it's fine. Just nuke the Echo.
Honestly, it might be the move. I was hoping to take
It
the lizard folk
probably is.
down below,
It's fine.
but
Yeah, go for it. Because they might swarm me again, which would suck.
All right, coming through.
Oh, yeah.
13 total points of thunder damage as it explodes outwards.
Oh well. You're pretty hardy when not taking radiant damage, so.
All right, signing damage rolls. Here we go.
Oh.
Yeah,
Not
buddy.
bad.
Echo is no more.
The Echo will remember that.
Oh, Zeph, you have little faith.
It's a fucking Telltale game. The Echo will remember that.
no, he won't. He'll just remember the sound. He has no idea where that came
Right.
from. Until Maldor tells him.
I was about to say, Maldor fucking told on me apparently because I did it in a position where he wouldn't have known.
I mean, I think we're forgetting they're the same person, so anything Maldor knows.
Yeah, it's
Maldor
true.
knows Tegan is a shit.
Nope.
You're the only one of us
Not-
that slings fire, though.
What do you mean?
Um,
I don't know about that.
Anything else, Tegan?
yeah, I think that's it for me.
All right, we're now
What's up?
going to come to the commander. The commander looking towards the north side of the wall. The commander now getting somewhat involved. Is going to move into 30 feet here, take a dash action to get all the way across. Then is going to use a action surge. And is going to go in for a series of 3 attacks with the battle axe.
Getting somewhere involved.
Xander.
15 is going to strike through, deals 13 total points of slashing damage, kills the target. It still has some movement and speed left after the dash. It's going to come forward, come in for the second strike at one of the other lizard folk here. 16 is going to hit, and that does 8 points of slashing damage, and then uses the last attack, the last swing, I should say, on the same target. Natural 20, swings through 20 points of damage, cleaves it off the wall, kicks it as well. Fucking wall! Begins to yell outwards at the rest of the 3. And
Get it, Daddy.
and yells at the halberd, the group here. Battle axes! Battle axes and shields! As now we come to the soldiers. The soldiers are kind of confused, right? We have heavy crossbows. We can't just switch over to battle axes and shields. And so we're going to have kind of a division as 3 here. Now I'm going to turn them into positions on the halberd side. It's really where our focus is. 3 on the side are now going to get their battle axes and shields out, which is going to take their actions to do so. The 17th Regiment continues to take orders from you, Maldor, and fires at the center post lane, and is going to fire in the direction of one of the hulking figures that's the closest that are able to perceive in the central lane. Rolling our dice here, one of which gets a natural 20, and that is the only one that hits. Rolling
Go
damage.
17th.
And that does a total of 16 total points of damage with one of the bolts landing with the.
Nice. 17.
Not half bad.
We come to the other
Train them
2
up.
on the halberd side, 2 crossbow bolts firing off at the northernmost hulking figure. None of them are able to connect onto that. And so 3 are getting their shields and battle axes, the other 2 fired off their bolts, and the 17th fired off with Maldor in that. Now we come to the crown. No longer these targets have the advantage. So we have the 5 here by you, Varus. They're going to fire off a series of bolts and they're going to aim them in the direction of the central lane, the closest targets they are able to perceive, and only one of them is able to strike one of the lizard folk here. And that does a total of 5 points of damage, which isn't horrible, as they continue to plug away. Come to the 17th Regiment, they're doing the similar fashion, continuing to align themselves with you, Maldor, seeing you, someone distressed, stepping away, running away, and then having the echo attack and whatnot. They begin to fire off. They get 2 bolts. Those bolts are able to land on the lizard folk. This comes to 4 points of damage and 10 points of damage, killing one of them. And then one has a discharge failure.
No.
I'm going to put a blinded
That was a
condition.
day well spent, I gotta say.
The crossbow actually is jammed on the one that is blinded. They got a natural 1 and are unable to fix the jam. Come to the dragons. 5 down there, seeing the 3 lizard folk approaching. They aim their crossbows down and attempt to fire upon the 3 that are encroaching onto the wall. As they fire that outwards, only one of them is able to hit one target, and that is the topside target.
You're shooting straight down. Like, what are you doing?
8 points of damage with their crossbows. Alright, that is going to be the end of the soldiers' turns. We're now going to come to the Mangonels. Mangonels, again, require them to kind of shift and change targets. The northern one, Mangonel, took its time to change in the Flame Skull lane. As they saw the now lizard folks on the top side, there's somewhat of a panic and freak out, but the commander on the wall is ensuring that this will hold. They fire off the Mangonel in the direction of what they can aim at here, and I'm going to go ahead and group targets together. So the first one begins to fire off.
Nice.
You also notice that if the creatures save, they don't really take any damage. That's the way the catapult works. And those 3 creatures are indeed dead. Come to the next Mangonel. This one has continued on its south side, not take any time to operate and turn. And fortunately, it turned enough to hit the lizard folk. Fires off. All right, only 2 of them succumbed to injuries, and the other did not. Again, that is how this works. They're able to kind of shrapnel as it spreads outwards, and the creatures take their deck saves to kind of dodge and dive out of the way of the explosion of the catapult landing. All right, now we're going to come to the creatures' turns, and I'm going to clear the board.
You need a macro for that.
I
There's
used
a way to do that.
No, I used to have a macro that would remove everything that had the dead condition, but it would do it like instantly and not when I wanted to toggle it. So it was like super random. I would like delete them, and so because the creatures have undead fortitude, what would happen is they just randomly would delete when they would die.
You gotta create a new one. Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I gotta create. Yeah, I either gotta create a macro that I can like more toggle, but then it doesn't seem to work out too well, unfortunately. Based on the fact that the dead marker is actually from CUB, and there's 2 macros intertwined that assigns it anyways. So, all right. So we come to the creatures. The lizard folk are first. One of them takes their action to awake on the south side. As you pay attention to the lions, is going to awake their friend as the action, and then is going to move a total of 30. And then step forward up to the wall an additional 30. The other 2 are going to take dashes. And then they're going to step onto the wall at the backside of the soldiers. And the rest are going to use their bonus actions to step up onto the wall. And then they're just going to dive off of the wall. Hopping off. As they do that, they still have actions to take for their dashes, and they begin to run in the direction of the creatures. north side, 3 up top. Okay. Perfect. They begin to fan out in the direction of the southern Mangonel. We now come to... Do we have one? We have one left! In the Phoenix Lane! Alright, it's going to move up towards Maldor, and this one is now going to take a bite and a spear attack at you, which are just going to be flat rolls. Spear attack coming. 8 bite miss. Spear attack 8 miss as well. You're able to dodge and parry with the spear strike down into the ground. Then it's going to bonus action away. Steps in space. Appears 30 feet in another direction. Then moves 5 feet, hitting its backside into the wall. Alright. Now we have only 3 at the top side, which are over here. I'm going to ping you. These 3 are now going to use their bonus actions to step off of the wall, and then they go in for their onslaught of attacks on the northern Mangonel. Alright, one of the soldier succumbs to 23 total points of acid damage and is dead as its head reaches up with its mouth, grabs onto its head, and rips off of its head. Acid begins to dribble down from the shoulders, begins to wiggle like a chicken falling down onto the ground. The other soldier is absolutely destroyed. There is no question about it. There is a multitude of damage that this creature is hit by. Not just the spears as well as the bites. This person takes a total of 28 damage, low rolls on those, and that one dies. 2 of the soldiers are down. That means the northern Mangonel will not be functioning, so soldiers are now dead. The other ones are turning. They don't have, they only have battle axes and shields. They're currently sheathed. They don't have crossbows, so they're kind of turning in the direction of that, holding off the Mangonel, and essentially going, "What the fuck?" They're yelling out words, "Commander, Commander, help!" They're kind of crying out for assistance and aid. All right, now we come to the large monstrosities as we went through the lizard folks, and this is where it gets fun and interesting. 40 feet of movement and then 40 additional dashes to get up to the wall. They are running into the wall with their entire movement. They hit into the wall. The 5 soldiers there must make dexterity saving throws to continue to stand upwards from the onslaught of the attack. Only one of them was actually successful. The rest of them have gone prone. As the wall is struck, it shakes the very ground of the creature's thrashing in. Go ahead and roll Moonbeam damage for me. Alright, they both take 16 total points of radiant damage. There's no vulnerabilities here. And they are going to continue to press through. That was a total of 20 feet there and a total of 20 feet, so they're going to move their remainder movement speed. And then they are going to take dash actions, hitting into the wall as well. I need everyone on this segment, which is Lucar and Zeph. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws as the creatures rampage into the wall. All right, Zeph and Lucar, you're able to maintain balance as the creatures strike in. Unfortunately, only one of the soldiers and the commander are able to maintain themselves. The rest are knocked prone as well from the attack. Oddly enough, is the one next to the commander. All right, we now come to the
one
two
without the extra 4.
Yeah. We come to the monstrosity here. The 2 monstrosities at the ape. There, one of them is going to shuttle just a little bit out of the way of the zombified creatures that are going to go underneath you, by the way. They're just going to walk underneath because they're smaller. And you're going to take a series of attacks. 4 Morning Star strikes in total. Your AC is 13.
Yes.
You are hit by all 4.
Is that both of them or just the one?
That is both of them. Both of them are swinging.
I was going to say, he's got 4 attacks.
2 Morning Star strikes each. All 4 are going to hit.
That's going to hurt.
It is going to hurt. All right, you take a total of 72 points of damage as the 4 Morning Star strikes rampaging into you,
I
showcasing
swear to
your
God, if you get
strength.
popped out of that
they
form before you kill
smash
anything,
into
I'm
you.
gonna lose it.
Take multiple blows from those strikes. Okay. Hulking figure 1, hulking figure 2 are going to approach you, Maldor. The movement speed is half, but that's still not going to affect them here. I don't know why that one is off grid. Those 2 are going to come at you and do a similar fashion, so 4 of the Morningstar strikes at your direction. 2 of them will hit you with your armor class of 20. You take a total of 23 total points of bludgeoning damage as they come rampaging around, smashing the ground, ripping the shields across. You're having to take the blows, put yourself to the side. These are large, grotesque monstrosities. I also want to state the magnified gravity. When does the speed reduction end? Is it the end of their turn?
Yeah, so it's done now.
Okay. And now we come to the south side, the lion with the 4 here. They are going to all take their dashes into the wall, smashing in. Deegan, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. All of the 17th Regiment on the south side have succeeded. That is very impressive. two natural 20s. Just as they all 4 succeed.
It was really good, Mauler.
Smashes. Tegan, you have succeeded as well.
You should just quit the ill-fated and become an army commander.
I know, right? Somewhere army commander in a previous life, and only one of the soldiers fall prone, 2 of which are able to succeed as the creatures thrash in. Now, the creatures are hitting into the wall. Now, we're going to end that monstrosity. So the creatures are hitting into the wall. It becomes ever apparent that the creatures hitting into the wall, the force of them is enough, as well as their morning stars, that they are actually attempting to destroy the wall. They are bringing it down, which is going to mean disaster for those on top. So giving you an understanding what they're actually doing. All right, we now come to the skeletanoid creatures. They actually are jumping over in space now with their movement speeds in dashes. They're actually coming across
so
and
much,
able just to
these
get
fucking
completely across the wall with their jumps, and don't want to share space, so we'll have that one in there. Many of them have to take their dashes to make this jump because it is quite far, even though they do have decent strength scores. And so this is what their turn is going to look like. This one is actually going to fill into the crack. This one is going to do the same thing over here. Or on the lion side, similar fashion. Now we come to the zombies! Last but not least. These are really just going to be movements as they begin to march themselves in full runs in the direction of the wall.
No, definitely least.
And if you would like to take attack of opportunity on them as the ape, you can. They're just going to walk underneath you.
Yep, I will swing it.
Swing it whichever one you want. Your choice. I am going to move some of these tokens out of the way so you can move them 40 feet.
Oh,
Alright, 20 hits.
There's my big rolls.
25 points of bludgeoning damage, smashing that one into the ground. And it does not get up.
Can do
Yeah,
better.
Thanos, woo!
Really doing it.
Okay, Varus, he killed something now. You can calm down.
You can drop concentration now. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't get the spell slap back if I drop the concentration.
If you believe you have that 4th level spell slot back, you do have.
Is that how that works? If I believe hard enough with the power of friendship, I
Yeah,
get
so
my
that 4th level
spell
spell
slots
slot
back.
Just gotta believe.
All right.
Will Michael let you use that spell slot? Probably not, but
No,
you
maybe
can believe
not.
you have one.
So, as we now come to the start of round 4, as the zombified creatures are running into the mud, they're successfully over the trench at this point, either alley-ooped or ran through some of the destroyed segments, and they are just similarly moving up to the wall. The ones by you, Maldor, and the Phoenix Lane here, they actually were kind of circumventing the fight that's happening here. They're seeing that there's things happening in front of them, so they're kind of grouping them together and coming to the side. Other ones are just passing through space, especially the ape space, not really caring much. And we're now going to delete from board, as some of the soldiers now have died, and some of the enemies have died. At the top of round 4, we are going to go and take a break. So, if you're feeling like everything's going well, I think I feel like it's going pretty good right now. No one's gone, and it's looking okay. It's looking okay. So, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and stop our music and comments. We don't have that in our ears.
Fun.
We'll be back in 10 minutes or so for our first break, and it'll probably end up being more like 15 based on the combat, and then we'll most likely take a second break. Like I said, more breaks this session because we're going to be sitting through combat a lot as we get fatigued as we go through. So hopefully you come back in 10 to 15 minutes or so to watch us as we go through this epic battle. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
Let's do it. Also, Michael just dropped an ominous bomb on us a second
All right.
ago. I don't know.
Welcome back. Watching stream this so much as we continue the fight. Continue the siege of Fort Farron. We now continue our music and our ambiance. There's a figure that begins to emerge
Yay.
from the fog and from the shadows, as you can see in the direction over here through the battlefield. It's difficult to understand. The figure seems to have two stag-like horns protruding from a plate armor-like helmet. Plate armor that it seems to be crude and grotesque across their body. They're a medium-sized humanoid that are held by vines, twigs, and the brambles. They carry a large great axe that drips with a blackish ooze. They seem to have hopped off of something that you can't see. They were on something, and then they just, like, got off of it. So you have no idea of what that might be. In addition to the figures coming into the combat, Priest Dumbly Go Belly is here, everyone.
You finally found it.
Hey, we needed
Priest Dumbly
him.
Goldberry wearing a half plate, a warhammer, and a shield. Breathing absolutely profusely, sweating. I'm here, and looks towards the northern Bagadel. Points the warhammer.
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, what's this do? Have no fear. Eris, you lead us. Initiative, it is your turn.
Right. God, I hate this music so much. It makes me so nervous. All right.
That's doing its job.
Another fucking
Batman.
Dragon Ball sized fireball. And I'm gonna try to hit as many things around Maldor so that he can start to do something else.
Okay. So, throwing off another fireball into the lot. I'm going to go ahead and assign damage. Alright, so as it explodes outwards, it looks like the 5 creatures there have succumbed to the fire damage as they kind of get hit and topple down into the ground. They, all 5, do not stand up. They're all dead.
Crispy critters.
Crispy! There's a fireball effect for you.
Woo!
Here's another one.
All right. I think that'll win my turn.
All right,
pretty
ending
confident
turn.
right here.
Zeph, you're up next.
All right. I'll move the special weapon. Can't go that far, so I guess it's only this guy.
Hovers down.
And we'll attack that. Probably won't kill him, but
Coming for a good thwack. 25 is going to connect as you swing through. Takes 5 points of force damage.
careful.
Bonk.
Barely wounded. Rub it in.
Zeph's claim to fame is rolling 1 on spiritual weapon damage.
I hate it.
You just need to make your spiritual weapon a feather duster.
No, it's rolling max moon damage on
And
On Thanos.
action. Move the template.
Okay.
Moonbeam.
That's action. Yeah,
Map is
that's
so big, I keep losing stuff.
that's my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the ape. Ape strong.
No, Ape not strong. Ape just got hit for half its health. It's
Ape
going to take the
strong!
disengage option and run
Intelligence
back
of an
away.
ape. You must play intelligence of ape.
It just got smacked for 80-something damage.
Ape strong.
I feel like the ape would run away.
That's up to you if you want to tuck your tail and run.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he's
Check
hurt.
it out.
All of them. Come
As an
on.
alpha giant ape, really running away? Is that really what an ape would do?
That's
Really
fair.
think about it. Think about it for a second. Or is that Thanos
I mean,
saying I gotta run
shamed.
away?
I think an ape. I mean, I don't know. I guess
That's
I'll
up to
fist it.
you.
That's fine.
That's up to you. I mean, I feel like ape is barely wounded at this point. You have a huge health pool. 22 hits. 28 points of
Oh, I
bludgeoning
did hit.
damage as you
Let's go.
strike into the creature into the ground. As the creature strikes
28
into
damage.
the ground, You can see it does not get up again, smashing it.
Oh.
It hits, breaks into the shoulder, topples down to the side.
Nice.
All right, we'll hit the other big one.
Two
Right,
for
you go in for the second fist strike. 19 is going to connect, and you deal a total of 21 points of damage. You thrash
Nice,
into the
monkey
side,
smash.
into its chest,
Oh,
takes
you
the
died.
blow, kind of comes back.
All right, and yeah, I guess I'll end my turn since I have the other ones on the other side now.
Bonus action fling poop.
It's
Pretty
actually
much.
Pump the chest. Thanos, you're welcome for keeping you in the fight. Lucar, you're next.
Okay, so I would look around, I think, and see that it's already too late to save the Mangonel team so that they can continue using it. And I'd see the commander there. So instead of jumping down to help that, I'm actually gonna walk by Zeph, like tap him on the shoulder and say, with them smashing against the wall, like I'd get off this wall, and I'm gonna jump down
Okay.
right here. Oh, wrong tool.
How damaged does the wall look from that hit, by the way?
It's most likely going to topple down in the next round, or this round.
Oh, would I have known that?
I mean, could I since we're all going at the
I
same time,
described
could
it. I described
grab
it
him off
previously.
with
I
me?
said they smash into the wall, and it definitely seems like they're bringing this fucking wall down. It's like I literally said that.
You can push him off
So-
the wall. It's fine.
I mean, these creatures are
Maybe
massive,
that.
hulking armored figures with which really strong, and they're going full bore into the wall to break it apart and smash it. So, gotta go off of what I'm narrating there. Unfortunately,
I missed that part.
so sorry for your loss. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Trust me.
It's only 10 feet. It's fine.
Trust me.
All right, so
Okay.
Lucar, you've gone roughly 5. And you have to go through the soldiers until you go all the way around. So we'll call it about 15 feet of movement. So far.
Okay. And then swing at this bastard.
All right, 30 is going to hit as you come swinging
Nice.
through. Oh, jeez. 15
Really?
points of slashing damage dealt. As you cut through the right side of its leg.
And again.
Through 22 hits. 18 points of slashing damage as you cut through the same leg, now kind of coming across with another slice. The creature's not toppled down.
Okay, and then I'm going to close some distance, I think, towards Maldor.
Creature does get attack of opportunity on you.
Go ahead. Do your worst.
Nice. Taunting.
Swings the Morningstar. 23 hits you. Swings and smashes. Apparently not a D8. Extra there. Should be one more. 18 total points of bludgeoning damage. Smashes into your backside. Concentration is successful.
Why are we going towards the middle?
All right, Lucar, what do you do next?
So I just used up the rest of my movement, and that's, I think, all I got.
All right, ending turn. Maldor, you're up next.
Oh, these you gentlemen are annoying. He will bonus action second wind.
All right, 15 to you.
And then chop chop.
Chop chop, tally ho, all that
Chop
fun
chop.
stuff.
25 connects, bringing the great axe swinging through. Total of 17 points of damage as you cut into the left leg nearby the quad.
Again.
Okay, for a second swing, 25 is going to connect and deal 16 points of damage. As you do slicing into the other leg, the creature begins to topple down. And as it does, it rises once more.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Stay dead. And he's going to action surge.
Okay.
Attack it again.
For
No,
one.
he won't.
Or not.
Okay, just a bad miss as you swing. wildly slipping into the mud in the battlefield. That's going to be 13, which does not connect. Braces its shield into the
Best
blow.
action surge ever.
You said
boy.
knocked down. Would that constitute it being prone? Question mark.
Undead Fortitude does not actually mean that they are dying and falling prone. Just means that they survived the last blow that was dealt.
Oh,
Continue to
okay.
live.
So he didn't actually fall.
Okay.
They don't actually fall during the Fortitude.
Right. Sounds good.
All right, and then I will incur the attacks of opportunity and fall back to the center.
Okay. They take 2 swings with their Morning Stars at you. Both of them miss.
Get
And
good,
that
kid.
will end his turn.
All right, ending turn. Taking your up next.
I am going to question. So obviously,
That's a loud dog. Whoa! Bark.
sorry. Can I place the shatter? If I were to shatter, like on the wall necessarily, can I place the shatter so it doesn't hit the base of the wall and just? Does that make sense?
Okay, so shatter in context of what it does is thunder damage, and it does destroy objects. It's intentional. A lot of times, shatter is really useful if you want to destroy a door. I've seen it used in that context a lot, breaking a window. You can place it where you're not hitting the soldiers above the wall. You can place it towards the ground, but you have to take in the fact that the wall has already sustained damage from them ramming it, and they are going to break the wall on their turns. So you're just adding to that. So even if you don't want to hit the soldiers, you're kind of
Yeah.
inherently doing damage to them if you increase the damage of what they're doing to them. But it's up to you. I mean, the wall is definitely looking like it's going to come down. So do you just say, fuck it, it's coming down anyways? This might scare the soldiers off. Who knows? It's up to you.
You could also get rid of the 2 big guys that Mulder really hurt.
I guess.
Well, hopefully get rid of them.
All right, you go in for a shatter. Both creatures are going to fail, succumbing to damage. One begins to topple down, exploding from the thunder damage in brittlements of its armor and flesh. The other one takes damage but still standing, and then the other one does not rise. Does not fall.
Then can I like brace myself against the wall and try to slow myself from falling try to avoid falling damage, or is it just
You took your action to cast a spell that would most likely take an action to do, and what you could brace yourself is very limited, so I cannot help you with that. I'm just gonna tell
all
you
right?
what happens.
I'll just drop the 10 feet.
You can use so climbing off the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to be 5 feet of movement and then dropping down. So I'm going to put you there. So it doesn't recur any sort of damage or anything. So you've gone 10 feet total of movement.
Okay, that's basically what I was asking.
Oh, okay.
And I'll go right here to give my buddy over here flanking.
Doesn't have a shield or a battle axe out. Still working on the Maginot wheels to turn. Ah! He's freaking out, trying to grab the battle axe and shield out.
Yeah, and then at that point, I'll just end my turn, I guess.
Ending turn, we come to the commander here. Commander is going to see that the wall is kind of coming to. The 17th Regiment still has their crossbows out, to not pull their shields or battle axes because they fired their volley out. Get off the fucking wall, move! Begins to push people out into the direction of getting out of space as fast as possible. However, there are a lot that are prone, which is a huge problem. So they all are going to take, on the Hellbeard side, they're going to take half their movement speeds for those to stand up.
Dash run. Hopefully.
And they begin to move in space. So the 3 here, half their movement speeds, going to go 15, 15, 15, clear outside of space. This one is able to go a full 30 here, and I'm gonna put him there, even though it's kind of going through your space F, just for the sake of easiness. And then there's only one here that can get its total movement speed, and these creatures are taking attack of opportunity. One of them, anyways, on that soldier, as it leaves its threat range. Soldier is missed. It had its shield and battle axe out, so as it did, it dodged underneath the Morning Star, made for the staircase, getting down at the base of the stairs and using that as a position. And so fashion, these ones are doing it as well. Now they have their shields and battle axes out. It's not take after you because that one already wasted it. And they're really getting on the staircase, trying to get themselves in a position of what might happen next, but they don't want to go to the base of the actual, like, ground, seeing the lizard folks and things there. There's a lot of fear and terror. They're kind of terrified in the moment of that. The other two are going to just kind of move out of they have their crossbows out, so they're just going to take their movements and just get away from where they think the wall is going to come down. One of them is going to take attack of opportunity as that happened, and they do not have their shields out currently, because they still have their crossbows, so that is going to hit that, and that is not going to be... it's going to be additional D8. That is
We're gonna die.
16 total points of damage, and that soldier is dead. But one of them is able to get a crossbow out. So now we get our first animation, because that's single target on the halberd side, which is going to miss. And now we have the 17th Regiment, which all have their actions still available. They're going to focus fire onto the last remaining creature that they can see. 20 on the central lane with the light. So they're continuing their fire, which is actually going to be this one over here. Seeing that one just shatter and explode. 3 of their bolts are going to land.
Fucking 17th.
They do.
Dude, you do the work.
Total points of
I go
damage.
and work with the 17th.
Creatures hit 3 times in succession and does not rise. So they are able to keep themselves together, firing off. The 17th Regiment!
The 17th is the best regiment here!
I really hope they all get like promotions across the board after this.
So the commander is going to sidestep, seeing the other one react to use Lucar. It's going to sidestep and then go in for the series of 3 strikes. So it's not giving advantage off that entire time. So 18 is going to hit that creature. 6 points of slashing damage goes in for the second swing with the axe. That is going to be 13, which misses, and then goes in for the last strike. And that is going to be 16, which is able to hit. Comes down for 13 total points of damage as that creature begins to succumb to its wounds. Dice. Unfortunately, it does not fall from the damage. Then the commander, knowing that it can get out of the way, does so. Now it's kind of pushing and sidestepping, bracing themselves. Hold fast! Is pulling as the wall begins to shake violently from the damage. All right. Now we go to the crown side. So Varys, you got 5 individuals. They're all focus firing one of the hulking figures that's on the 8 there. So they're going to fire off all 5. All 5 miss. So they throw off. Now we come to the 17th Regiment. One is actually going to attempt to fix the second half of the 17th Regiment on the crown side. So the south side is going to be successful in fixing their crossbow jam. But unfortunately, that took their action to do so. They then see the walls beginning to come down, freaks out, and takes a step back. And then it takes an attack of opportunity by one of the hulking figures. Roll that manually so we can save time. Animation, and that one is going to be a miss. So the soldier dives underneath, gets away, and then it's going to continue to move their movement speed rest backwards. The rest of the 3 are going to fire off their bolts either on the lizard folk there or one of the hulking figures based on what their attacks are, and all 3 unfortunately miss. And they begin to pull backwards, grouping themselves together, and another one gets an attack of opportunity on the bottom left one that has just moved, and unfortunately that one is hit. As we now come to one of the 17th Regiment soldiers dying for 19 total points of damage as it's smashed on its way out the attack of opportunity range. Dragon side. Okay, so we got 5. One's prone. That one obviously is going to stand up. They got lizard folks at their backsides. They are actually going to take their crossbows as improvised weapons and swing them at the lizard folks. There, it's going to turn around seeing that there's not time to pull the axes out of the shields before the wall potentially comes down here, they're going to take the crossbows and improvise swinging away. One of them is actually successful in swinging the crossbow this way and is able to smack for a total of 3 points of damage on the top one here. And that is it. They kind of turn in this direction, and I'll have them rotate, cowering in fears. They're swinging violently alone here on the south side, nearly completely alone, if not for Tegan, down in the gutturals of the South Mangonel. There's so much hope for them down there, let me tell you. All right, now we come to Priest Dimly. Go, Billy. Moves a total of 25 feet. Dashes an additional 25 feet. I'm here. I'm here. And then looks in the direction of the creatures. Come at me! Come at me! Ends their turn. All right. That Mangonel is unfortunately unable to function, so instead we're going to pass over to the soldiers. The soldiers are going to funnel backwards as they pull their shields and their battle axes together, forming themselves into formation in the direction of where the lizard folks might be. So they're kind of grouping themselves together, pulling out their shields and their battle axes, but unfortunately not using the Mangonel. Now we come to the south side. To death they go as they continue to fire the Mangonel. Frightened and afraid, lizard folks are around them. They are true to their word, and soldiers they are as they fire off in the direction of 3 of the figures. There is a minimum and max range to the Mangonel, so they can't actually attack targets that close, and they fire off for a total of 32 total points of damage, which hits all of them. And that lizard folk isn't supposed to be there, so just away. Because it's dead! Crushed by the catapult! So I'm just going to remove it. Alright, so that's going to be the end of the Mangonel on the south side. Let them rest their souls, those soldiers down there. To the death they go. Firing it! As they cry out for help. As we come to the lizard folks 3 here. Paying no attention to you, Tegan, as you hop down. They do not care about you. The soldier is flanked, and it's going to go through a series of strikes.
That's really mean.
In their current position.
The bite stings, trust me, it's good.
Okay, flanked. They take a total of 28 points of damage, and they are dead. As the bites rip apart in their shoulders, ripping off their arms and their shoulders and ligaments. The spear strikes through their chest. They plunge through. Then a step. As they step, they begin to fill spaces away in the direction of the other soldiers. One of the other lizard folks now is going to go in for an attack without flank advantage based on them happening. Again, their turns are happening side by side, so I'm not giving flank off. Fortunately, that soldier is hit by both the spear and the bite. It's a sad way to go. And they take a total of 23 points of damage, and that soldier dies as well. South Mangonel is not able to function. All right, now we're continuing on the dragon side here of the South Mangonel because we have 3 of these lizard folks. Seeing the soldiers, seeing that, they now are going to go and take their actions to attack up here. And they have 2 attacks they can make apiece. So they begin to attack the soldiers upon the wall. One of them gets a natural 20. Spear strike hits. Second spear strike hits, and both the bite and spear strike hit. First one comes out. That's the natural 20. That deals a total of 48 points of damage to the first target.
Oh my god.
This is the third on the list, which is the bottom one. That deals a total of 19 points of damage to that soldier. That soldier is dead. And then just 1 spear strike comes outwards onto this soldier, who takes a total of 8 points of piercing damage and still alive after the strike lands. All right, we got one of these lizard folk here at the crown segment. This one's going to pitch themselves to the backside of the wall. It's also extremely wounded. Then it's going to move 5 feet and then use its step to get a line of sight. As it steps, comes right up to you, Varys, and then goes in for 2 attacks. The bite comes
I'm
through.
gonna use my staff to use shield.
Okay, go ahead and throw it on. This is going to bump your AC to 19.
Yep.
Okay, you are still hit, even with a 19. You take 17 points of piercing and acid damage from the bite as it bites into your shoulder. Then pulls itself back and takes the spear to drive it into the direction of your heart. 9 on the spear is going to miss, and your concentration is successful on the polymorph. That's the end of that lizard folk's turn. And now we come to the top side, and the top side is we have 3 that are left remaining on the halberd side, 2 of which are now going to pull themselves in the direction of Priest Dumbly, and another one is going to make way in the direction of one of the soldiers. Soldier first. Courtesy of the honors, the bite is able to hit. Bites down for a total of 18 points of damage, and that creature is dead. And then we have 4 of attacks on Priest Dumbly. Priest Dumbly is not hit by any of them, as the shield and other things brace against. Back, you hideous creatures! And then Varys, as we end the lizard folks, we're not going to come to the condition of the bite. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Okay, so you are successful against whatever venom this creature possesses upon you. All right, we're going to go ahead and end the lizard folks. We have none left on the board to play with here, so we're going to come to the large monstrosities. The large monstrosities on the halberd side is where we're going to start. And this is where we get to see a new tile for the walls being destroyed. I believe I've made this correct. All right, first wall segment comes down. Second wall segment might come down, but I can't put it down yet. I need you to roll moonbeam damage for me. And I'll roll concentration. Do you have a moonbeam? 21 points.
Nice.
Both are failing. First one takes 21 points of radiant damage, and the other one takes 21 points of radiant damage, and the second one takes 21 points of radiant damage. And that one dies outright to the radiant damage.
Nice.
However, the force of just the one is enough to bring down the wall.
Darn.
They're now kind of coming through, stacking on top of each other, smashing through.
I was just out of range.
Okay. So hopefully this looks like it does, okay? They are smash the wall, creating spaces in it as they come through. Now we come to the south side where the dragons are, because that's where we really have the smashing of the wall happening. And they begin to smash the wall here in this segment like that. Okay. So you get to see there's kind of like a little gap. They're kind of cleaving it through as they're kind of using their efforts together, smashing and making segments. So Tegan, the wall is pretty much gone to your left. The soldiers still okay. They cleared space. The 17th Regiment and whatnot as they've done that. All right.
Tegan's bowels have evacuated.
We come to the field of play with the large monstrosity of the hulking figure with armor. There's only one left on the Phoenix middle lane, and that is going to attack the ape with 2 strikes with its Morning Star. 2 of them come through. Both of them miss. Swing wildly. The ape stays strong. Ape strong. All right.
This is DM bait to get me to stay here.
Unfortunately for you, these creatures, which are the bone creatures, are now beginning to surround you. One of which actually turns itself not in direction to attack, but enough to catch you on the run. And you are going to be attacked for a total of 6 different strikes.
Ugh.
All miss.
This is gonna hurt.
4 of the strikes hit. Okay, you take a total of 56 points of damage as they come through with their great axes swing, as well as their kind of horns here for gore attacks as they kind of swing at the same time that they're running through. Now, you are a size stronger, you're a size larger than them. If you were the same size or smaller, you would actually have to roll a strength saving throw, be knocked prone from the gore attack. But because you are a giant ape strong, and you're able to sustain and live through that. All right, clearing the board a little bit here.
Ape's getting the shit beat out of it, dude.
Soaking damage, though. I mean, think about all that damage that would have been dealt to other places.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
I mean,
rather
that's-
the ape than
Maldor
me.
could have handed.
Quite honestly, though, the whole fact that the crown middle lane hasn't been attacked, the wall hasn't come down, is really because of the ape and Maldor. What do you think about it?
Or even been attacked, really.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like you kept the middle strong. All right, so those 4 up there have gone. We now come to the 4 here. They are actually making dashes as they run in full bore up to the wall.
Oh boy.
As they reach it, they are not attacking the wall. These creatures are not very heavy. They have strength, but they're not like the same size as the other ones. They're really just running up to the wall, and they're going to come with their axes and cleave the wall. So that's what they're attempting to do. So those are their actions, though, to get up to that space, so nothing else happens. And then on the dragon side, the same 4 here are doing in similar fashion with their dashes to get up to the wall and do the same thing. That is going to be it for the large monstrosities. We now come to some of the zombified creatures, and those creatures are literally going to run with their dashes into the grooves of the wall. Space. So I'm just going to go ahead and move them because these are dashes. Any attacks are happening from these creatures as they continue to press forward. You can take attack of opportunity as an ape if you'd like on one of the zombies in the crown lane.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Smash. Oh.
Sorry,
I guess I should have
it's
targeted
okay.
one.
It's fine. I'm going to deal 29 points of damage to one of the zombies there. And it is dead outright since you smash it into the ground. I'm going to go ahead and move them in position as they begin to run in their dashes to you, Maldor, and you, Lucar. They don't seem to pay much attention to you. They're just kind of running at the wall. And then they kind of stop and they stare and they see you and they realize. Okay? Putting the hulking figure back in its position here to your bottom right flank there, ape. And that is going to be it for the zombie creatures. They're just movements as they pass to the wall through it. We now come to the armored, mysterious, hissing, shrieking figure in the back. As it begins to raise its axe up into the air, waving it and shrieking wildly. And in the backdrop, you see a massive shadow beginning to emerge itself. It's unclear of what that is, but it's loud enough that it can hear it crashing and moving the earth and the trees around it.
He's bringing a rave.
It's time to go, my friends.
All right, there's top of round 5. We are going to start, but there is support that begins to funnel through. Can you name what it might be?
The dwarves.
It's the
Tavern
dwarves!
Keeper. Oh. I wanted my Tavern Keeper to be here.
Yes.
It's a stable
Dwarves begin to
Definitely
funnel
not
into
the stable
space. The dwarves all wear chainmail, shields, battle axes, and running in formation as they come into space. 2 of their regiments as they run forward to aid in efforts of war. All right, Varys, your turn. What do we do?
What does Varys do?
Punch the lizard man right in the fucking face. Establish dominance.
Yeah.
Establish dominance.
No. Not doing that. I think I'm gonna cast Magnify Gravity at a 2nd level.
Okay.
Wow, that was a really bad roll.
3d8.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not good. They're all going to fail
Oh.
it, so they take 7 points of damage.
Oh,
And
thank
they
goodness.
are going to have grappled condition to showcase the reduction of speed.
And then the shield spell's still on me, right?
The shield spell is going to end at the end of your turn.
All right. Well,
Right.
I'm gonna take my movement and retreat off of the wall. And
Okay.
I'll take the attack of opportunity.
It's going to take it. Comes in for a bite. It's going to miss. Lunges at you. You're going to run away.
Wait, you're not supposed to run.
Sure. And now I'm my turn.
All right, ending turn. Zeph, you're up next.
Okie dokie. With my 35, how much move? Straight line is 20, but how much movement would this cost me to? Oh, I need to use the actual select tool to get here. Like I said, straight line that's 20, but I don't know going off the wall.
So it's just 5 feet additional on the wall segment, so a total of 5 more to that.
You take it away, Maldor's.
You're kind of like
Sanctuary.
lowering yourself, like you're coming to a sit position, and you're like sliding off the wall, so it isn't like too impactful of a jump down.
All right. I will do my. Where is it? Turn undead. Which should get all the zombies or undead in near me, so
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
I believe. Yep. Well, maybe not that one.
All right.
Oh, perfect sound. Right.
Great. Okay, so it's a 30 feet radius, right?
Yes. And anything CR1 or less should automatically, if they fail to save, die. But
What's the DC?
million, I'm just trying. Oh. You should say it on here somewhere, right?
It's essentially your spell save DC.
Yeah, it's
with
your spell
wisdom.
Which bunch of dice hiding my sheet. 15.
15 is your DC.
Yeah.
Based on your DC, only 2 of the actual zombies survive. The rest are vaporized as you hold out your holy symbol, chanting upwards as a beacon of light emanates outwards. It begins to shroud itself in that spectral as if like your twilight energy and strikes into each of the creatures. So it's having that black and white like effect. As it does, those creatures get hit by a crackle and then they explode into pillars of their own shrouding energy. We now come to the 3 hulking figures, which are inside of that space. I'm going to roll their saves here.
Imagine that is basically like just holding up its hand, like, say, stop.
They are all in the frightened condition. They have all failed. And then we have 3 of the lizard folk creatures.
Which, if they run away, they go into the city.
They all succeed. One with a natural
Okay.
20, so they are not affected by your turn. But that was very successful. Pretty much just obliterated all
I'm
of the
honestly
zombie
just happy
creatures
that I
and
turned-
turned
I
from the
managed-
grotesque creatures.
That's my biggest yay. I turned back to 3 big guys.
Okay.
And then my bonus action. They're all pretty well, so I will attack this guy with the special weapon.
Okay. Swing away. All right. 25 is going to hit. That deals a total of 7 points of force damage as you smash into its back shoulder, and it kind of turns a direction and snarls at you. In fact, you've garnished pretty much all the attention of these lizard folk on the north side.
Yeah, I'm worried about that, but
All right, 8 stand strong, baby. 8 strong,
Monkey smash.
8 strong, 8 strong, 8 strong.
I'm just nervous that I'm essentially holding the north side right now
Nice.
out of our party.
I just think it better die.
All right, 28 is coming downwards. Does a total of 20 points of damage, and it is not dead as you cleave into its head, kind of rotates its head, snaps it back into place, looks in your direction.
Got like a 1 HP.
Hey, all you got.
Coming for the second fist attack.
I can do
27
this all
is going to
day.
hit. That does a total of 19 total points of damage as you smash it into the ground,
But I don't want HP. Fuck
and
that.
it stays dead.
Thank God.
I think the monkey's got radiant fists.
We've gotten pretty lucky on that on the unrelenting dead the fortitude thing because
The
they only
fortitude.
ever come. Yeah, they only ever seem to come up once and then they stay dead.
Yeah, the
We got lucky
fortitude.
on that.
Yeah, the fortitude is kind of a weird one. I don't particularly play by the ruling of what it is. It basically has like a flat DC, and then if it stacks tiers with the damage in a way. And so essentially the fact that you hit it once and brought it down to low HP, and then you hit it again meant that the DC was like crazy high. So
Overkill.
yeah, it basically allows you to make sure the creature's dead. So even though it felt like you didn't do anything, you probably made it so it would fail.
That's fair.
That makes sense.
Killed
Yeah.
it extra.
It's a little bit different
That's
than how Undead Fortitude actually works as the feature in normal rules, but I've changed it to make it so it's easier to drop them. If not, it would be hard. Lucar, you're up next.
He's currently frozen.
Yeah, we lost them.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Well,
Oh, it says he has a good ping, so.
That could just be Discord.
Yeah. Uh-uh.
Or his computer locked up. He just couldn't handle the map.
Yeah.
Well,
I can only imagine he'd start swinging.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what he would do here. Officially lost them. I think just swinging away. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna probably do here. I don't think there's anything else that I can see them doing. I mean, maybe charging forward towards one of the other creatures that is
Can you hear
surrounding the ape. Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
okay.
there he is.
Yeah, no, something is wrong with my computer apparently. I just kneed my desk really hard and it made my computer reboot. Something in
For a
that
second.
case is loose, man. No, so I was just gonna sidestep to get flanking on that one, so back towards the wall.
Oh, back towards the wall. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you
to flank
in
that
the
one
game
and
yet?
back down. Loading it now.
Okay. Loading in now does not mean
It means very little with it.
definitely aided now the fact there's a lot of tokens been removed, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it has to be reset.
Y'all can hear him? I can't hear him.
It won't let you log in? Okay, I'm gonna kick you.
Now Varus is lagging.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say
can hear
Varus is
everyone
having
else
issues.
normal, but just not him. Hold on, I'll reconnect to the call real quick.
Did you mute him? Are you rude like that?
Well, I think at this point we can take our second break. I think it's a good time. We've been in combat for a while. If you all want to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break.
Yeah, I can contemplate my death. That's fine.
Oh, no.
We're gonna take
you-
take our combat break here, 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much, and hopefully you come back in 5 to 10 when we continue our combat. So players can get up, go to the bathroom, right, get drinks and things like that. So hopefully we'll see you in a bit.
Bye, chat.
Oh,
Yep.
right, welcome back. We're going to continue the fight. We're going to get right back into it. And I'm going to go ahead and cue back up our audio effects here.
Go, Great Weapon Master Bros.
Rah!
And then Lucar, go ahead and
shit.
start rolling away. You're good.
I forgot to hold alt.
You're going to hit, and you're going to, you can crit fish if you want. That's up to you.
Crit fish.
You want to crit fish? You can swing in.
Might as well.
Yeah, so I'm taking the 16, which was the first damage rolled. You do a total of 16 points of damage. The creature is not dead. It's come across, slicing through its chest. Looks in your direction. Wrapping its arms towards it.
One more time.
Kind of like an old man almost.
14 is going to hit, and you do 14 total points of slashing damage. There's no need to crit fish as you come downwards on the targets. It does not get up, slicing back once across, and then another side to the left side coming through. And it falls downwards, unmoving into the mud.
Okay, I'm gonna step on top of it next to Maldor
Okay.
and stop my turn.
All right, so ending your turn there.
Yep.
All right, Maldor, you're next.
All right, let's start the flank dance. I'll take an attack of opportunity if I need to. That's fine.
All right, comes in for a slam attack towards you. 21 hits you. Oh my
Whoa.
gosh, no way.
Hit it.
Just 2 points of damage.
It's really excited that he hit you, and then
Nice.
wait.
The small zombies are really scary and powerful.
All right, 19 is going to connect as you slice through, dealing a total of 30 points of damage. And the creature
Oh my god!
falls down.
Could have done
and
more
dies
damage.
outright.
He's gonna dance back over here. Take another attack of opportunity. It's fine.
Turns and looks at you as it goes in for an attack of opportunity. 17 misses. 9 hits.
Wow.
32 points of damage. 9 hits.
Well, I did ask if you could do more damage.
And it does not
Bonus action,
rise. It dies
attack.
out.
Crap.
Going in for the
Oh.
second.
5 hit.
5 does not hit.
Except for the 9.
Sliding in the mud, you just narrowly miss.
The second you switch to Great Weapon Master, just fucking.
It rolls so bad.
Second you switch,
No,
it
the
all goes
one
to
before
shit.
that. But yeah, a 9's pretty bad. Yeah. All right, and that will end his turn.
All right, Tegan, you're up next.
Alrighty.
Oh god.
I cast sneeze.
The most potent weapon.
It's extremely potent.
Hmm. Nice. All but one of the big guys.
All right, so the one of the big
And then
monstrosities
Tegan-
survives, and then the lizard folk survives this.
Tough. Tegan's just gonna, do whatever he's doing with his hands, like, throw the pattern out, and he's gonna turn around and say, "Everybody, get to the middle! This place is fucked! It's fucked!" And he's gonna, he's gonna try to run towards the middle.
Okay.
And then.
Tegan, does your character speak Dwarvish?
He does.
Okay, all the dwarfs in that southern regiment begin to yell out,
Buster!
The
Hey! I killed a dragon, motherfucker!
I killed 2 dragons inside of your mother's bed.
Oh! Whoa!
All right.
Whoa!
Now we come
Can I
to
ca-
Wow.
I
we
cast
come to the,
fireball on the dwarfs.
we come to the halberd side. Commander
Let me
Remar
diss him, my
Amuda
boy.
yells basically upwards with the commander's ability here, so begins to give advantage to everyone in the halberd side. That includes the those on the Meganel, Zeph and Wall, and then the dwarvish individuals, as well as Maldor and Lucar that are down in the field of play. So everyone on the kind of
Nice.
northern lane is getting the advantage of the first just one attack, right? Just the one attack, providing their commander ability. Now, we are going to come to the very top side here on the stairwell, as we have 2 soldiers that actually do have their shields and battle axes out. These soldiers are going to essentially exchange places, and so I'm just going to move their tokens down into the field of play as they exchange places and go in for 2 attacks upon the lizard folk with their battle axes. One of them is going to hit, and they deal a total of 5 points of slashing damage upon that lizard folk. One of them has a crossbow, which sees that the creatures are somewhat succumb to the turn condition, right? Emanating outwards as the soldier looks in the direction. Thank you, Priest Dumley! You got it, young man! Zeph, you were just staying there.
No, really?
And then fires the crossbow at one of these zombified creatures that doesn't seem to be turned. They do know what that means to be turned. They understand that. 19 is going to hit, does 6 points of piercing damage, landing into the side head of the zombified creature. And then the creature dies outright, so it does not get back up. Good job. Now we come to the 17th Regiment on the side.
Come on, boys.
There are 4 of them
Stars
here.
of the show.
The stars of the show as they begin to fire off their crossbows in the direction of the zombified creatures, as well as the bone creatures. It's kind of firing off one after the other. Only 2 of them are going to hit into the zombified creatures.
That's okay, 17. You've done more than any other regiment here.
7 points of damage and only 4 points of damage for the 4 bolts. They've also pulled themselves to the wall again. And you're going to see a little bit of lag because they're going to go all into your aura protection. Okay. All right, now we come to the crown. The dwarfs are going to go at the end of Priest Emily Goldbelly, and the soldiers on the Mangonels are on the Mangonels' turns, just FYI. So now we're going to come to the crown, really dealing with the soldiers that were on the wall presently. That's what the commander's in charge of. So we have a very interesting situation on the crown, based on the fact that these soldiers are fronting the enemy. They are all now going to, on the crown side, they're going to switch over to their battle axes and their shields. When they do this, they're actually, instead of dangling the crossbows down and attempt to retrieve the crossbows, they're actually going to chuck the crossbows and just grab the battle axes. So they are not going to have the ability to switch over to the crossbows at this point. Everyone in the crown is now going to just grab the battle axes, melee time, baby, and that's going to allow them to swing. So I'm going to go ahead and move some of them into position. So 2 of them are going to go in for strikes at the lizard folk that is severely wounded upon there. And they're going to continue in the threat range of the skeleton creatures, so they take no attack of opportunity. One of them is able to hit with the axe as they begin to switch to their positions, and that lizard folk takes a total of 9 points of damage. It is dead as they kill that lizard folk with the
Let's
2.
go!
Then we have 6 battle axe strikes as they begin to attack the skeleton creatures, sizzling through. Oh my god! All of them, but the last one are missing, and we have 2 natural 20s.
This is such a weird battle.
Mm-hmm. I feel like we've been really lucky on the rolls.
Okay. Let me see the resistances of the creature. Okay. All right, so the first skeleton creature is actually hit for a total 21 total points of damage. Second one is hit for a total of 12 points of damage. And then the last one is hit for a total of 6 points of damage as they begin to slash with their axes and their shields, racing to the side of the wall. Hold fast! Begin to yell outwards. And the 17th Regiment is there supporting them. So the 17th Regiment realizes close quarter combat, so they're no longer firing with the aid. Unfortunately, we come to the south side here. Just pretty not great. So we come to the dragon side. There's only 3 soldiers on the wall on the south side that are left alive.
Well,
they're going to do the same thing,
fucked.
throwing down their crossbows, grabbing their axes to the death. But they all are going to roll saving throws to see if they're going to stay or if they're going to run.
I would run.
All right, one of them is running, and it's going to take a total of 3 attack of opportunities by the
dead.
No.
troops.
I'm
They all hit.
They all
Oh,
hit.
boy.
He just got smeared
Takes a total of
across the
51 total points of damage.
Man.
Slashed into 3 different pieces and battered. The other 2 stay, and they fight. They attack the lizard folks.
They say to the death.
Yeah, seeing what happened to their buddy, I don't blame them.
They both hit the lizard folks. They're going to attack individual targets here. One of them actually gets 10 points of damage, and the other one does 8 points of damage. Decent attacks, swinging away with their axes, and to the death they go. All right, that is going to be it for those upon the wall here. I'm just going to move some tokens in space on the crown side because they finished off that lizard folk, but the rest are maintaining their positions in their movement in space. The commander is then going to end their turn as they take a step forward, seeing that Priest Emily Goldbelly has came into the field of battle. Looks towards the first target here, comes in for a swing with the almighty Warhammer. Before that happens, looks towards the soldiers. And kind of goes in for a swing, realizes it's really heavy. Not my forte to swing. You lot to come over here with me. And then looks and uses a bless spell on 3 of these soldiers. Do it now. There it goes. Grouping them together and concentrating, and then raises the shield. Come at me, you foul beast from the swamp! Ah! Continues to yell outwards, holding their
Not you,
position.
Thanos.
Racing. Now, at the end of Priest Emily Goldbellies, that's when we're actually going to have the dwarves here. They're going to now move into position. So they're actually going to do a split here. So the southern, so you're going to have full dashes as they fill the pocket space of the wall, getting into range. As they hold down their shields into the wall with their battle axes, they begin to form a shield wall, and then the other 6 here are now going to move 25 feet, and then they're going to break out into dashes as they begin to surround the enemies in this formation. Okay, unfortunately, they can't attack because those are dashes. Dwarfs move slow. Spoiler alert.
I will tell them, the big guys, don't worry about them. They're about to run. Hopefully they listen.
You're gonna be like, what?
I
That doesn't even
They're
make
all big
sense.
guys. We're dwarves.
Excuse me?
I just called that elf over there a
right.
pussy. What do you mean?
So the dwarfs on the south side, 2 of which are actually going to come upwards a little bit, and they're going to move their dashes here. They're going to like kind of shield wall themselves together and really kind of form like a position where the other one's behind them. Right, they're going to take the blunt of the damage. The other one's behind them, which is the total of we had 6 formation, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, good. 10 individuals. They're actually going to go for 10 different strikes here upon the shadowy lizard folks with their axes. And all but 2 are able to hit.
The professionals are finally here.
Excuse you.
They probably have higher modifiers than Thanos does, you know?
Not as an ape.
I have a
Also-
higher modifier as a not ape than
Hey, question.
16?
Since they're not actually in an initiative, does my temp HP applying to these soldiers?
The temper HP always applies regardless of the initiative. I don't believe that. I don't think it does because the macro needs them to be in the initiative. So I don't think it's going to work on them. But we can come to it when it's there if they get attacked. I think we can. I think it's
Okay.
best. It's best probably to do that on a case by case basis. So if they're attacked,
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably have you roll for their temporary HP.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it since it seems like they're about to soon. Okay.
All three lizard folks are dead, culminating for over 60 points of damage, divided between the three of them as the dwarfs work together using their shields, smashing away. Based on what you're seeing, Tegan, that these are very well trained soldiers. They're very skilled and talented. For you to run away is great dishonor. I'm just kidding. All right.
Shit.
I'm not built for this. I just like talking to people.
you don't even like talking to people.
They're built different.
All right, so we have full surround from two of the soldiers. The other two are going to take dashes as they begin to come up into space. And I'm going to move your spiritual weapon just for sake of it. Okay, and they are actually going to get 2 swings. At the lizard folks that are now surrounded by Priest Dumbly Gold. Fortunately, both of them miss with even bless. So that's unfortunate. That's going to be the end of that Magnus turn.
Oh my
Now
god.
come to the south side with only 3 of the remaining soldiers left. They're grabbing out their battle axes and they're trudging forward to the gap.
These
That's what
guys
it
are
is.
brave.
Yeah, you all doubted the training of these individuals and they're really running into their deaths, but hey, you know what? They're going to do it. So they begin to fill that pocket space as best they can, grabbing their shields and their battle axes out. That's the end of the Magnus turn. And at that point, we're actually going to remove the Mangonels from the board. As the soldiers are now absorbed into the commander's initiative. So they are grouped up together with the rest. All right. So what do we got in our order here as we get to the enemies? We have the lizard folk still available on the top side only. It's just the halberd. 2 of these lizard folks are here, and they are going to go for a series of attacks on just random enemies that are around them, being surrounded. They're kind of trying to get attacks outwards as best as possible, and they're unable to hit even with all 4 of their attacks. They then are going to step in range as they move. As they step through, and they begin to make full charges in the direction of Varus.
Oh no. Leave me alone.
All right, 2 attacks coming into a soldier on the top side from the lizard folk here. Both of those are going to miss, and then this one is going to not retreat, but step a little bit back onto the wall. So it's kind of on the halberd side still. Going to go kind of attack twice and step back onto the wall. Going to get ready to go at this one who has a crossbow still out. All right, large monstrosities. Top side halberd. These 3 are going to run away. One's in the moonbeam, so please roll for damage.
I have a question. I know when we first rolled our initiative, it was like malleable. Is it still malleable now? Like, could I go before someone on this turn specifically?
No. Your initiatives, after we define them, they are permanent. So there's no way
Gotcha.
to change those initiatives unless we end combat, which isn't going to happen.
Roger that.
All
Which
right,
isn't
so
gonna happen.
30 feet and then the dash. Additional 40. And then these 2 are going 80 feet. They begin to run through the source of their fear. All right. We're going to come to the dragon's side. We have 3 of the hulking figures. They're going to step forward in space. This is where we're now going to have a lot of tokens overlapping over each other because they're going to fill a lot of their own spaces. 2 attacks come through on the dwarfs. Both of the dwarfs are hit.
Oof.
All right, first dwarf takes 21 points of damage, and the second dwarf takes a meager total of 17 points of damage. They are both still alive as they brace against the onslaught of that whole creature. The other two are going to attack the soldiers who bravely ran off of the mangonel to form a line to protect you, Tegan, primarily. Just kidding. As they do, one of them is missing their attack, nat 20, and two other swings are going to connect.
Oof. One of them just got smashed.
Probably all of them, practically.
Okay, so the first one. That's so much damage.
That's not the reaction you want to hear.
42 total points of damage on the critical.
Oh my god.
So much damage. The second strike
What a brave soul.
takes a total of 18 points of damage, and instead, and then the third strike, which is the back half, is only going to be 12 points of damage, and that character is still alive. The soldier is still alive.
Fuck
Just
yeah.
somehow.
Almost triple dead. The guy at the top, almost triple dead.
All right. We're now going to come to the Phoenix. So the middle lane up by the ape. Now the ape is surrounded, and the ape is not looking so strong. So there are a
Shoot the
series of 2 attacks apiece.
We're fine.
Okay.
13 AC. Yeah.
Okay. The gore strikes miss, but 3 of the actual axes are able to hit you. Take a total of 53 total points of damage.
Ugh.
You are reverted back into your form as the one ends. I'm going to also put you in the center of that token space. You are in light, so you're not invisible. However, the mist,
Yep.
the fog is darkness, and some space to your right side over here is going to be darkness as well. Those are the creature's entirety there, so even though they surround you, they had to do all of that culminating to get to that point of damage. We're now going to come to the crown side as these 4 begin to swing. And I'm going to do something very similar. Okay. All right, first soldier is hit by 27 points of damage. Second soldier is able to survive, so it takes no damage. Third soldier in the line takes 20 points of damage. It is dead. Fourth soldier is gored for 9 points of damage and is knocked prone. We'll see. I'm going to go for a strength save. Yeah, they fail. Knocked prone from the gore. The soldier takes 31 points of damage. This is 17th Regiment now.
No.
Hold fast, boys.
19 points of damage.
17th Regiment getting picked apart, dude.
I will
16 points of
remember
damage.
you.
And the last one is not attacked at all. So only one of the 17th Regiment is able to survive the onslaught of those 4 that have attacked them.
Dare you.
You son of a bitch.
Come to the south with these creatures. I'm not going to roll for this. I'm just going to have them auto hit based on the conditions as stated from these creatures as they begin to clamber onto the wall, and they fill pocket spaces of interchanging and going in between. Culmination of damage is severe.
Those poor
It's gotta be
soldiers.
Based on the modifiers of being surrounded. 32 damage apiece, and they're dead. As all 4 of the monstrosities there, ending their turn. Okay. I also had the lizard folk on that side, helping out with that attack, most likely to get the advantage for the others, since they didn't go. Okay, so the south side is not looking so good. Okay, so they, with the lizard folk down there still alive, there's still 3. In addition to the skeleton creatures, they wiping the board. The 2 hulking figures, as well as the third there, wiping the board. They're cleaning house. There's a large collection, not to mention the zombified creatures, which is what we're going to get to here. That's going to be quite simple. One of them is going to trudge through on the halberd side and then go in for a slam attack. One of the soldiers. Natural 20 with the slam! 13 points of damage.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's going to be in that turn. And then we have 2 zombies swinging wildly. Either Maldor and Lucar. I'm just going to roll those out since there's not enough to mob. Both of those are going to miss. And the only zombies left alive are going to be underneath token positions. So I'm going to filter those out on the dragon side. Okay, so I need to get these out of the way here, and I'll put them back into their spots. So 5 of them are in the incapacitated state. They are unable to do anything. They're also not being shaken awake or bumped or anything. So no one's actually disturbing them at all. But we have a series of 6 that are here that are now piling into space. They're going to group themselves together, and then they kind of form like a horde as they pass through. They're going to have the mob attack rule as they begin to swing at the soldiers in front. When they come in through their swings, there's actually not enough of them to make any sort of hit onto the armored soldiers, since their DC, their actual attack mods are so low. And this is really feeling like a kind of role-play mode of them not really being too hostile enemies. They're really just kind of, and then the soldiers, after freshly hit by the large hulking figures, kind of raising their shields up, bashing against the blows, and continuing to maintain themselves. But as that happens, they are continuing to walk in. In fact, the soldiers are only holding off a few of them, and one of them is going to get kind of an attack of opportunity. And they're kind of running in the direction of you, Tegan, because they see you after they pass in through the wall. I'm going to go ahead and do attack of opportunity from one of the soldiers with the axe. And then filtering in to 23 is able to hit 6 points of slashing damage. And now I'm going to put in the hulking figures back into their spots, filling the space. That is going to be it. Okay, for the lizard folk, the large monstrosities, and the zombies as we continue our fight and our engagement. But we now have the shrieking creature in the backdrop. Continues. Letting out a series of shrieks as the hulking creature in the shadows continues to move forward. It's getting far more invisible range. You're realizing that the creature is at least 90 feet in height. It's massive in its width, and it's not big enough to topple trees. You can still not successfully see it. Varys, we come to you at the top of round 6.
I gotta help up the south side. We're gonna get destroyed if I don't. So I'll, shift 30 feet over here and cast Fireball.
Take it.
Nice.
Go.
Good coverage.
Big damage coming out here.
That makes my life a lot easier.
As the fireball erupts, you see 3 of the undead creatures. I'm just going to roll to see. It's a lot of damage, though. Yeah, they die outright. So the 3 zombie creatures that were incapacitated, they do not rise. And then the lizard folks up there are dead as well. They vaporize.
And 2 of the big guys are near death, which is awesome.
Continuing to clear space.
I'll just kind of look at Tegan and give him a head nod that I'm here with him, and I'll win my turn.
The skeleton at the top and the other big dude did they automatically fail their saves because they're incapacitated?
That is correct. It gave him like a minus 997 something.
Oh, okay.
But let me see.
Maybe I just underestimated their hit point total.
I also need to look in the
Oh, yeah, it's
incapacitated
huge.
condition. Take a look. Can't take reaction. Can't take actions or reactions. So there is no. No, it did not give them anything. Now that I'm looking at the throw, they can still save incapacitated.
Oh.
Save. Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah. No, they did as well. Let me look through because I signed automatically.
I was gonna say because I don't think they took full damage. I didn't know if they could save. That's why I was asking.
The one this one took full damage, and then this one took half damage. They are no longer incapacitated or charmed as well.
Yep, knocks them right out.
That was just the biggest group of clumped up enemies I could see.
Honestly,
Not a bad
worth
play.
it.
Not a bad play.
Okay, so that's gonna be the end of your turn.
Yes.
All right, Zeph, you're up next.
Alright. There's only one skeleton left up here, right?
One of the zombified creatures up there, correct,
Oh, yeah.
and one of the shadowy lizard folks as well.
Oh, up there, I completely missed him. You know what? I'll move up and do attack the lizard guy then.
Okay, hovering up. Come in for a smacky smack. 14 does not connect.
Figures. Let's see. Looking dicey. Can I move this? Alright, I am going to move my moonbeam toward those guys.
Okay.
And then I already used my bonus action, so I will. That's it. I am going to down toward the south since that's looking like it's going to be hairy.
Okay. All right, Thanos, you're up next.
Thanos is going to flick off the 4 of these guys, and then he is going to Gift of Orifice across the thing in towards the fog. And he's actually going to go
What?
investigate
Oh,
this figure over here.
this is going to go well.
Okay, so as you pass into the fog, there's still residual lighting from the control flame, which makes it brighter that you're in kind of the range of. So you're still on the cusp of that light. You're almost in the darkness. Are you? Is that what you're attempting to do? Is become invisible?
Yeah, I guess probably I would have moved.
I'm gonna
closer
move
to
you.
the
I'm gonna
tree.
move you 10 feet there. Then that's gonna make you invisible. Okay.
How far away am I? I will go ahead and take a shot at the creature that is shrieking. Actually, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to cast Silence on the creature that is shrieking.
Nice.
Nice.
Interesting.
Shut up.
Right.
All right. So as you throw out the silence spell, it begins to emanate outwards. That is a 2nd level spell.
Yep.
Okay. It is counterspelled.
Oh no.
As you send it outwards, you notice that
I-
this creature looks towards you and sees you, even as
Oh,
in
boy.
this state, as it is, raises the hand to counterspell as it begins to shiver and shake from your crashing of the spell. You see kind of a voice emanating from the creature.
That's not good.
Blessed with the gifts of Orcivis, are we? Come out
I
from
suppose.
shadow.
I think I'm out of movement, so That's awkward.
I will next turn, you son of a bitch.
I'm just gonna wave in the darkness at her. That's fun. Whatever it is, thing, and I'll end my turn. Yeah, that was not how I expected that to play out.
All right, Lucar, you're next.
The token's even kind of pointing at you.
Yeah.
Okay. Swing at this bastard.
Swing away.
Oh.
Natural 1.
No, you
Oh,
won't.
no! It's a bad miss. It's just a bad miss. Shake it off.
Take it off.
I forgot I have
Boom
advantage.
is destroyed.
You do have advantage on the first strike because you are inspired. You can do another
Yeah.
attack if you wish. All right, so I have to take the first roll, which is a 2 plus your modifiers. The 2 is going to hit, so there's no way you actually can miss the target. based on your modifiers.
That's hilarious.
So 16 total points of damage dealt. As you pull the creature down, the creature dies outright.
Okay, and
That's
then
your
I'm going
first
to
attack.
flank and attack again.
Okay. $18 hits. Okay. You deal a total of 17 points of slashing damage, and the creature lives as you cut through its back.
Rat bastard. I nod at Maldor and end my turn.
Okay. Ending turn, we come to Maldor.
I assume you can finish that one. He's just gonna book it over here. Take the attack of opportunity.
Takes it. Comes with a sludgy hand. 21 hits you. Oh my gosh, what is up with
These
these
zombies
seven,
are wrecking me.
7 points of bludgeoning damage? It's decent too on the damage roll. Wow. It's the same
Zombies
one
OP.
too. I think it's the
Zombies
literal
OP.
same one. All right, go for
Okay. Can I flank with the soldiers on the wall with their axes?
it. You cannot flank with the wall and the soldier above, unfortunately.
Okay.
Based
Well, I have
on-
advantage on the first one anyway. I
Yeah,
just-
you have advantage on the first one.
Yeah. Okay.
Big
All right,
damage.
17 is going to hit. Swing the great axe,
God!
30 points of damage, cleaving into its legs, smashes it, tumbles down onto itself, and it dies outright.
All right.
That axe is disgusting.
The next one.
Really is.
Way across for your next strike here. That's going to be a 16, which is going to hit. Swing through 21 points of slashing damage as you do the same with this one, coming across the axe on a similar fashion with almost like the same swing, kind of cleaving into the legs, smashing into them. They crumple down, they kind of topple down in piles of bones.
All right. Bonus action. That was my entire movement. So I will pop out the echo again. And Echo will unleash Incarnation.
Okay.
Select that one.
Okay, I think you only have one left of that. We've never actually came to that problem.
Yeah.
I think you only have
got
one,
one
left.
left,
in your
yeah.
incarnation. All right, so 24 points of damage as you come through. This
So
one
gross.
is able to maintain itself upon the wall. Turns and kind of snorts. The jaws are just cackling and making movements and sounds.
And that will end his turn.
All right, Tegan, you're up next.
Alrighty. Tegan's gonna look at Varus, look back at the dwarves. He's gonna look at the dwarves and say, "Fuck you," okay? And
They all in unison.
he's going to. He's gonna say, "Fuck it," and he's gonna step here. Let me get off the measure tool again. Very helpful. He's gonna draw his rapier. He draws rapier and his short sword. He's gonna start swinging.
Oh, yeah, he's going to show them.
11 hits. I stab through the beady flesh. 9 points of piercing damage. As you do come through its kind of stomach cavity, and your rapier's kind of glued on, so the creature grabs onto the blade. You yank it outwards.
Right, coming off with a short sword at the back end.
You don't have 2-weapon fighting, right?
No, I actually changed the algorithm so it takes away my modifier for it.
Gotcha. All right, 10 is going to hit, deals 3 points of piercing damage. Creature is still alive.
And I'm gonna look at the dwarves and say, "You happy now?" And I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to get back in front of Varys and take
All
the
right,
opportunity
they
to
all
attack.
in unison. Okay, meaty swing comes for you. Clubs nothing except the air. Edge your turn.
Yes.
All right, ending turn.
Varys just leans over. He's like, "Wow, Tegan, you're so brave."
We now come to the commander. Commander looks behind, looks around, looks
I
towards
don't
the
even.
south.
He doesn't even recognize that. He's just focused on the zombies.
Soldiers for Fort Baron! Press south, aid the wall! Dwarves, go forward! Begins to yell outwards.
Why
Taking
does it
the
always-
entire movement speed as they begin to trudge down. Oh, actually, I gotta move 5 feet back because that's their full movement speed. Begins to yell outwards. Soldiers of the 17th, which are the 4 and the 1 down there. 4 on the north side, which is the Halberd. They're going to move 15, and then they begin to separate themselves a little bit here, just kind of staggering, so they get all perfect sight lines. That's the way I want it right there. Move that one there. Okay. And then they let out a volley of bolts in the direction of the skeleton creature, seeing you down there, Maldor, continuing to support you. All 4 miss as they fire them off. Oh, no, that's not good. All right, we now come to the top side here with these. So 2 of the soldiers are going to charge forward. Moving. And then these 2 are going to turn. We have a disengage happening. So this is the halberd side on the top side. And then we have soldiers clambering up. 2 of which are going to change places and get into swings with battle axes. They are going to both connect. And they deal a total of 13 points of damage, killing that creature outright. Then a series of 3 attacks are coming towards the zombified creature. All 3 are able to hit. They deal a total of 17 points of damage to the creature, prompting for Undead Fortitude, and dies outright. So both creatures are dead. They then, hearing the commander calling out to start heading for the southern direction, they begin to kind of turn using their rest of their movement speeds here to run. Some of them have far more than others. It's 50. And this has 55. So they begin to trudge down with you, Zeph, pretty much linking up with you at this point as they're going into that direction. The other 3 soldiers, the 2 of which that were changing places, they actually are, they have their battle axes and their shields. The other one had disengaged. The other one's kind of grabbing the shield and battle axe out. And they too are going to move, but they have significantly less movement speeds here. In fact, like 10 apiece to the others. So they're kind of going almost like back into their original positions, but they're going to head south as well, hearing the commander's instructions. All right. So we're going to come to the crown. We have 3 soldiers to work with here at the crown side, where the commander Rimar Luna is trudging down. Now seeing the skeleton creatures in front of them topple down, they're a little bit inspired. So now they're going to shift themselves in position. One is going to stand up, and they're going to come in for strikes. 3 battle axe swings at the skeleton creatures as they swing wildly through. Only one of them is able to connect. Surprisingly, it's the 17th Regiment dude. That's going to do a total of 8 points of
17.
slashing damage as they group themselves together in the wall, and to the death they depart. Now we have the dragon side. As we come to the dragon side, there is only 2 soldiers left remaining on the dragon side. They are formed themselves in a tiny shield wall in front of zombies as well as hulking figures. They are from the Maganel, so they're not even the original ones on the walls, and they are going to strike towards the zombified creatures in front of them. Both strikes are able to hit. I'm going to shift movement there. 9 points of damage on the first strike, and 7 points of damage on the other strike. Rolling Undead Fortitude. That one dies outright, moving from board and in space. So that is all of the soldiers on the wall. We're now going to come to Priest Emily Goldbelly, who's at the same order as the dwarfs. Come on! Here, got to help. You press forward. Begins to trudge, moving the entire movement speed in the direction of the lizardfolk creatures. Where are you going? Come back here! Running and breathing horrendously. The other dwarfs are now going to separate. 3 of them are not going to heed the orders of the commander. They don't literally care about what the commander says. They are unlined with the dwarf of Priest Emily Goldbelly as well as their own selves. And they are regrouping and pressing outwards of the wall, some of them. And I am going to now remove the Mangonel token. 50 feet. This one's going to get to here. Okay, so there are dashes to get there, and now we come to the south side. 2 of the dwarfs are up front facing the figure, and we now have the dwarfs funneling in to aid. At this point, I'm going to do similar fashion, removing the Mangonel token from the board as the soldiers are moving in. Some of the soldiers are going to separate out. In fact, a lot of them are now going to move over and begin to form a wall out in front, bracing themselves together. Only one of them is going to get a strike with a battle axe. I'm going to roll that on the zombie. The rest are actually going to throw javelins. So a total of 6 points with the damage, and I have a total of 3 javelin throws. And all 3 are going to connect. Eight points, 7 points, and 6 points. So they fire their javelins. Now we have 5 of these creatures on the dragon side, 5 of the dwarfs on the dragon side. They are going to attack the hulking figure in unison together. Roll these independently as well. Kind of reaching that territory of using kind of group rolls there, but I want to give you all the benefit of the doubt here. So 2 of them are going to hit. Get better chances of hitting these if you can just roll outright, especially with these high modifiers from these dwarfs. And that creature takes a total of 16 points of damage after 2 battle axe strikes hit into it. That is going to be the end of the dwarfs, as well as Priest Emily Goldbelly's turn. We are now going to come to the creatures. We have only 2 lizard folk in play. Those are both going to step forward in space as they begin to chase and move. Coming directly to you, Varys. Varys, I don't think you're concentrating anything right now because the polymorph had ended. So end that.
I'm not.
Yeah.
You're going to take a total of 2 bites and 2 spear attacks at you. Okay. One of the bites is able to hit, the rest of them are unable to strike through your shield. You take a total of 9 points of acid damage, and I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Mm.
7. You have succumbed. This is just the poison conditioned. That is all it is. The end of your turn, poison will be in. Okay. That's all it is. Not a big deal.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
could be worse.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse. We come to the large monstrosities. The 3 hulking figures on the flame skull side here of the lane. They're going to continue to run in their dashes, and I'm also going to just remove them from the board at this point of field because they are just going to continue to run into the fog for literally a long. I mean, it's a fucking long time. So there's
at full speed.
no reason to have them at all into the board. Go ahead and roll moonbeam damage for me.
Right.
Nice rolls.
Both are going to fail. They take 24 points of radiant damage apiece. And they are not smart enough. They're just going to turn and sit in it. And they begin to funnel themselves around in the direction of the dwarfs.
And I suppose that one actually passed through the moonbeam.
It did not. No, they have to go around each other. They can't pass through in space.
Darn.
All right, the soldiers have significantly high armor classes. They're hit by 2 of these attacks. So they grip
Out of what,
themselves,
8?
turtling themselves into the shield wall. They're hit by 2 of the great axe attacks. One of the dwarfs takes horrible rolls too. That one should be at full health. That one back up. That one took only 19 total points of damage. And the next one took 12 points of damage. So none of the actual dwarfs there have died, gripping themselves into a shield wall as they hold themselves steadfast against these hulking large creatures. Really just showcasing like the difference maybe of the others, like the Farron soldiers and the dwarves now. They could take the onslaught and just not die at all.
The Farron soldiers were so brave, though.
They were brave. All right, we come to the
17's
crown.
kicking ass.
These 2 creatures are paying no attention to Maldor. Their instruction was to go to the wall and attack. So they're continuing the attack on the soldiers. All 4 of these swings are going to hit.
That's a lot of dice.
16 points of damage is dead. 26 points of damage is dead. The last one, which is the 17th
The
regiment
last
soldier
17th over here.
has taken a combined total of 32 points of damage and is dead.
Oh,
All gone. After the entire thing is cleared, the commander looks, taking a step back at the creatures as they kind of continue at the wall. They make no movements, except for now kind of sliding 10 feet over in the direction of you, Maldor. So they're actually coming more closer towards you, and they're kind of like arching themselves at the other 17th regiment with their crossbow bolts, but they see the commander, and that's kind of having their focus and their attention. All right, so if I've talked enough, I haven't talked enough, let me tell you. Come to 3 of the armored figures on the south side, and this is where shit is going to get rough, because there's a lot of shit down here, which is not very good. Okay, so we're going to have a total of 2 attacks apiece, so 6 total. I'm going to have those, just roll it out to see. The soldiers survive! What?
nice.
But the dwarfs are
Go!
both hit. Wow. Let's see how much one of the dwarfs is hit for. Alright, one of the dwarfs is hit for a total of 32 points of damage and is dead, so one of the dwarfs has now died, but the 2 soldiers have survived, bracing themselves against the onslaught. The 2 forming the wall for you, Tegan! They're holding it! As they brace themselves.
And you've inspired
fourth-
brilliance here
That's his
today.
job.
I take
Passing through.
Full credit for this, I'm
Missing.
sure.
full credit for this entire fight.
Oh no!
Yeah, they about to get smashed.
Uh-oh.
That's bad.
It's up to Sarah McLaughlin now.
That hurt me, and I'm not even over there anymore.
One of them had a critical for 41.
Yeah, one of them held on.
16. One of them still alive after the onslaught of all of those attacks onto the dwarven regiment that formed themselves on the south side. Not pretty. As they're being surrounded, screaming outwards, they yell out in dwarvish, "Rock and stone to the death!" And they're holding themselves under the towering creatures, splintered into the ground by great axes and gores as they're being ravished apart and splintered. That is going to be the end of the large monstrosities. We now come to the zombies. because, you know, we got zombies. We only have one left on the dragon side underneath here, so that one is actually just going to take a meaty slam by its own right. So I move the token back on the dragon side for that. It hits the soldier, so the soldier, after just surviving against the large hulking figures above, is
Dies
now
to zombie.
dead by the meaty slam! Oh no!
How could you do this?
Zombie continues to press forward, walking, and then gets attack of opportunity with an axe. Misses on the attack of opportunity, that soldier, moving back into space. The other
And
meaty...
Revenge is falling,
that one poor
bro.
soldier against those two mistresses.
I know, right?
He's fine.
The other meaty zombies are going to miss completely. They make no effort on the dwarf. Starts off extremely high armor class with the shields and the chainmail. And that is it. Oh, no, Lucar, we got a meaty swing coming your way. I didn't forget about it. I
He's
saw
got
it.
one little
The
straggler.
one little straggler. 9 is going to miss, and that is it for the zombies that are there. I'm going to go ahead and now clear space. As we are going to come to the end of our session. So hopefully it has been a thrill. I've talked a lot, done a lot of narrations. You've had to kind of sit for a lot of it, but it takes a lot to make it very cinematic with a lot of tokens. So I feel like
It was a lot of fun.
hopefully you've had a lot of fun. So this is going to end our session with the creature that has been shrieking. As the creature shrieks directly in front of you, Thanos, you can feel the sounds of wind moving as a shadowy necrotic bat appears in space slightly on the ground. It is phasing in and out of reality, it seems. There's not much of it actually coherent in its amorphous form. Telekinetically, a voice begins to penetrate through your mind. You need to come with me back to Orsivis, my child. As the cold breath of this bat begins to emanate outwards, the ground around it begins to freeze violently. The other one at the backside. Child of Ivrai, come home, and all will be forgotten. Do not fear, Orsivis. To the fortress of torment, to the Shadowfell you will go. Your long-awaited reward is now. Or you can respond. That's where we're going to go ahead and end this session today. No experience points will be given. Obviously, we're in the midst of combat. Now we're going to have it paused. Any questions?
How do you think we did?
Dum dum dum.
I think you did great. This is fantastic. None of you are anywhere near below half health.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not
I mean,
think-
I'm probably pretty close to half health.
it's pretty good. I mean, the dwarfs and everybody's working together. Good rolls coming through. I started to think, you know, on the side of like, I was wanting to do more manual rolls. I was like, normally I
Thanos
have
is being
them.
coerced to the dark side.
Manually, I have the swarm tactics, and what ends up happening is the soldiers don't do a lot of damage, but then the big hulking figures do because they're swarming. So I was like, I'm going to give a little more benefit to the soldiers. Courtesy of Maldor, really inspiring 17th Regiment. I was like, they should do more damage, I feel like. So I was kind of feeling that. But
That was funny.
Yeah.
The 17th
The
kind of
17th
like
was owning.
4 left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Four
they're
left.
still going.
Crossbows out. They're ready to support.
Yeah.
Man, if any of them survive, they are going to get. I really hope they get promotions or something after this.
or a raise. You
Seriously.
know, more money.
Or a raise.
Yeah.
They're conscripts. They don't get raises.
Right. Yeah, they're owned.
They should get a raise.
So Thanos, you going to join the dark side? What are you doing?
You know, I haven't quite decided yet. It
Yeah.
sounds pretty promising over there, though.
It does. Sounds real
Not better than
promising, doesn't
us.
it? Yeah, sounds good. Anyways, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Ill-fated. They go through the Siege of Fort Farron here. And again, none of them are anywhere close to being dead. Everyone's well alive. Fantastic rolls, good decisions, and only 2 segments of the wall broken here. So awesome work. We'll be back next session.
Yeah, the middle somehow surviving.
Yeah, middle's alive. Well, we'll come back for our next session as we continue the combat. And I think it most likely be like halfway through that session we'll finish. So we won't have the entire next session be combat. Just FYI.
But what about the dragon?
Oh, you're right. Let me bring out the dragon.
We kill it in 3 turns. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, I was
With
gonna
your
say,
dragon
first damage?
slaying weapons.
Anyways, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Bye, stream.
Bye, chat.
Thank you for watching.